boy howdy, I'm glad I did this before anyone actually showed up. Also, hello everyone. Can you hear me? Currently mixing paint right now. Just to make sure I got everything ready. Now these are the ones that I'm most concerned about, these three here. I need to post this on other websites. When I say other websites, I'm only thinking of the one. How do I share this? Let's see. Oh. Let's see. We got Michelangelo here. Okay. So my Zenithal highlight, my initial try did not quite work the way I wanted it to. There's Raphael. Where are Donnie and Leo? Ah, here they are. Here's Leonardo. You can barely see him because of the glaring white. Oof. Maybe if I put a little bit of shadow. Yeah, I'm gonna fix a lot of that. And then, of course, Donatello. Hello, Bella. How are you? Oh, wow, there's a lot of you guys on YouTube. Hi, guys. Hello, friends. I don't know why my chat isn't populating with your stuff. That's weird. Okay, now it seems to be doing so. Weird. Hello, everyone. Welcome. I'm kind of prepping for next week's stream. As you know, next Saturday is my birthday, so I'm going to be prepping my turtles for painting next week. I also would love to share this with everybody else there we go. Let me put this on the blue skies. Hope everyone is having a lovely weekend. My birthday is 3 days before yours. Well, happy birthday to you, Maddie. Very happy birthday to you. Things are going well for me so far. Okay. So finally got some new dry brushes, which is nice, and I've got this brush that I just bought as well. Let's see. The question is, where do I want to start? Before I actually get paint on these, I just want to see. Oh yeah, that's going to be perfect. That's going to be perfect. What I really want to focus on. Hey, got a new follower. Miracle Rats. Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much. Okay. More followers. Thank you. Thank you guys for following in. Okay. So I normally have things more set up than this. I'm getting just kind of used to it. What's keeping this above?
You got trash.
Something's... Oh, it's literally just... No? Hang on. What's under... Ah, crap. There we go. Okay. Now we've got a flat surface to work with. So...
We got trash.
Hello, welcome in. Welcome in. I'm not actually sure where those followers are coming from. Whether it's Twitch or YouTube's. I think it's YouTube, actually. Congratulations to me. And, okay. So, as you guys can see, a while ago, like, I'm talking over a year ago at this point, I started on Raphael. I'm not too happy with the way it looks. I kind of want to repaint him. I know I just got started on him, but, like, you can see a lot of streaks. It's not too great. So what I might do is go in.
We got trash.
I might just keep it the way it is for now. So, how many of you guys are, like, in the know about any miniature painting? How many of you guys, like,
Woo, we got trash.
need to be, I guess, like, who needs a walkthrough? Maddie, you're excited about the next pain go away? You know you should be. Because I'm almost done recording. No, I finished recording. I'm almost done editing episode 9 of season 2. And I know she's in the midst of writing what will likely be the season finale for that one. Let's see. I know one of his nunchucks is missing as well. I need to go fix that. But, so what I did was I spray painted them black and then a little bit of gray and a little bit of white. Which is why Leo here is almost stark white compared to the other 3. Now, the reason you do that is to make the recesses dark. Like, you want to know where your recesses are. And you also want to make these white parts pop. So, what I'm going to be doing is I'm going to be using a new technique to me, which is called the slap chop technique. I'm going to take these speed paints here, and I'm going to hopefully be able to coat them once and not have to do too much afterwards to create highlights and stuff like that. To put it in perspective, the last time I did one of these paint streams was last year. This is the result of that stream. This model here I made quite some time ago. Like I said, this must have been last year that this is the result of. And this, as simplistic as it looks, I want to say this one took me about 3 to 5 hours to complete, which is nothing to sneeze at. You really want to hug the pain listener. Yeah, season 2 has been rough for, like, both of our protagonists. It's been rough for everyone. I mean, I love putting hard work into these. Miniature painting is one of the very few hobbies that I do just for me. I don't do it for anyone else. I love the challenge of learning new things, of getting, like, things done and growing and experimenting. It's honestly the best part of the process. I never want to be, like... I know I'm never going to be one of the Demon Award winners who, like, paints these amazing busts and, like, fine detail, all of that. I can't get to that level. But I can at least get to what I call tabletop ready, which is, hey, can you see it from a tabletop? Does it look like what it's supposed to be? Great, let's game with it. That's my goal. It's not a lofty goal, but it is very achievable, thankfully. Miracle Rats, did you say slap chop like the vegetable dicer from TV? Gonna slap your nuts. No. So the slap chop method is called that because, like, what you can typically do in like 5 to 24 hours, you can potentially achieve, if you know how to do it, which I'm still very new, you can potentially achieve in about, I'd say, 24 minutes. Again, that is from the most experienced painters that I've seen on YouTube. I watch a lot of miniature painters on my free time, which I have very limited free time. So those are the guys that I watch. So like Ninjon, Miniac, Squidma. There's quite a few females. There's quite a few women that I follow, and I forgot every single one of their names just now. God, that sucks. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to try putting a little bit more black on these guys, then gray, and then white to create a highlight. So first things first, let's get this black. Now this is not as creamy as I'd like to. Now keep in mind, these paints haven't been used in a bit. It's been a bit. It's been a year since I've got to paint. Can you imagine it? It's almost like I have a kid or something. Okay, that shouldn't be coming out that difficult. There we go. That looks creamy. That's what we want. We want that creamy goodness. It's not a sexual thing, I promise. Okay, I'm just gonna a little bit of. Okay. Now I know that these look like huge globs, but trust me, a little bit goes a long way, especially when you're supposed to thin your paints. Now I've got a couple of napkins here. One's going to be for the dry brush, that's going to be this one. The other one's going to be for my regular paint. For this, because I'm going to do some base coating, I'm going to use, this brush should do. Now these brushes are a little older at this point, and they're kind of at their limit. Ooh. Oh yeah, that one's hard. That's not good. That is no bueno. I like how I said this one was going to be the dry brush, and clearly I'm not using it for that. I'm goofy, y'all. But I'll be here for a couple of hours. Well, maybe not a couple of hours. We'll see. It just depends on a couple of things. Let's see. I should share this to my Discord and stuff. I just realized that I didn't let people know that I'm actually streaming. Which, you know, kind of important. Okay, so now that this one's nice and loosey-goosey. Oh, and I just dropped my controller. Wonderful! Oh boy. I am glad I'm not a professional, because you guys would be in for some treats. Okay. So another reason why I've been testing streaming recently is because as much content as I love making for everyone as a VA, I'm trying to branch out a little bit because my new schedule is going to make it difficult to record as much as I want to. Is it controversial to ask for your Ninja Turtle ranking, favorite to least? It is not. Maddie said, I will be back to chat. I'm going to see if there is more dinner. That is absolutely fine. I'm sure you're gone right now, so you're not hearing me. Okay. Ranking my turtles. I think I'm not special in loving Raphael and Leonardo the most. Those are my top two. Raphael has a special place in my heart as a hothead. I remember being a teenager and being a hothead, so he very much reminds me of myself. Leonardo being a wise kind of leader, but also being the one who has leadership kind of thrust upon him, I can jive with that. Now, least favorite turtle. I understand and I get Mikey. He's a party dude. He just wants to chillax. He's a typical teenager, if we're being honest. So I guess my least favorite, and this is, it's tough. My least favorite would probably be Donatello. And that's not saying very much, because I still love all the Turtles. I mean, who couldn't love all the Turtles? Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and start with... Oh, that is a little too thick. I don't like that. Now, traditionally when you paint minis, you want to make sure that you're only using one very thin layer of paint. You also don't want to do what I'm doing right now, which is paint the same places twice until the paint dries off. That is so that we reduce the amount of streaks that happen. The reason I'm going ham right now, though, is because I'm basically redoing the base coat, the undercoat, so that I can dry brush... I'm going to get a little bit more black here. So that I can dry brush on the grays and then the whites. But you can see here, there's such a wide area that not using a few layers, like, it will coat it, but without using a few layers, it's going to take a while. Core Circuit, you dirty, dirty dog. Core Circuit says, hey baby, for Valentine's Day, how about we go from Mazaris to Mazar Us? That's because he is going to be my co-host for that Valentine's Day stream. And also, it is going to be a lot of fun. We haven't decided yet what game we're going to stream. We might stream Phasmophobia. We might stream Demonologist. There's a lot of different things we could stream, but we're gonna wait till we get there. But yeah, kind of wanted to like mix up what I give you guys this year, because there's a lot going on. Also, I just realized one of his tails, one of his so, oh, damn. Ah, damn! So, I'm only now noticing that over time, these guys being knocked around, the head tails have broken off on these turtles. Like, Leo and Raph are fine, but Donnie and Mikey have suffered. That's not great. That's okay. We'll burn that bridge when we get there. Now again, I'm just giving these guys a very light, very sloppy base coat here. Rebasing so that I can redo the effects I need for a good slap chop. That'll make doing these faster. Again, part of me wanting to do these faster is so that I can meet my goal of painting far more minis, because I've got a lot of minis and a lot more coming in. Those of you who don't know, I have a board game addiction and I have a miniature addiction. Case in point, Cthulhu Death May Die is a board game that just came out with a Godzilla expansion. And I've recently gotten big into Godzilla because my son is big into Godzilla. He likes big monster fights. And so I had to get it. Okay. I don't know if you guys can see this, so I'm going to show you, just so that you can get a little bit of a scale here. Let me clean off my brush, do the right thing, clean it off. Let's see here. You wouldn't have the patience for it. Believe it or not, it takes time. But okay. Well, obviously it takes time. It's not as hard as you think. This is the head of Galactus. This is just his head. And I haven't necessarily finished painting it. There's a few things I want to clean up. Like, I still haven't painted the entirety of the back of his head. But I will get there. Because I have an enormous, I've got an enormous, this is, again, just the head. The Galactus statue is gigantic. The Godzilla miniature that I'm getting is going to be about this size. And again, this is the size of a normal model, basically. And I've got the rest of the Marvel Zombies line from this board game. So yeah, you can tell just how fucking gigantic this is gonna be. These will literally fit in his hand. So I've got a giant Cthulhu and a giant Godzilla coming in. Do I have room for them? No. Did I want them? Yes. Will I have the time to paint them? Your guess is as good as mine. So there are some selfish reasons for me wanting to do this, but ultimately I do want to vary up some of the content, especially because it takes time to get the audios out, and I want to make sure that you guys get good quality audios, not just, random garbage. So yeah, there's that explanation for you. Y'all, I gotta do some tasks. No idea how long it will take me if I can get back to the stream, when I can but I cannot make it anymore. I wish. No problem, friends. Thank you so much for joining me. Thank you for joining us. This is not going to be the most exciting stream in the world in terms of, what gets done. I say that not because I don't believe in myself. I say that because this is the most mundane part of miniature painting. But thankfully, this base coat is going on very nicely. It's not too thick, not too thin. It's giving me exactly the amount of coverage I need. I was worried about that at first, actually. And I'm not worried about covering up all the work I've done with my... Because truly all I did was use spray paint. I didn't actually use... So I have a airbrush. I don't use it very much. I need to practice with it more. It's just that airbrushing... Okay. I make it no secret that I'm not a big fan of the airbrush. Not because it's a bad thing. It's just an airbrush. I need to practice. It's a skill issue. I fully understand that it is my skill issue. That being said, I do not prefer it, mostly because I don't have as much control, and because I need more practice with it. I want to practice on stuff that's not going to be important to me. So I'm not going to be painting Hellboy, not going to be painting anything that I care about. I need to find some mooks that I can just... So, I'd have to use my Grey Knights as an example. I get an army, I just spray paint and just kind of do it that way. But I need something bigger, I think. Which Galactus worked out being very well painted with the airbrush. Now, the other thing is that I don't like about the airbrush, it is very time consuming to use. And that's not a surprise, considering, man, that base coat is really good. Okay, sorry, I'm still, like, going on and on about that. It's drying nicely, too. So, quick point of fact, and I'm going to be doing this a lot. The paint, the layers should only take about 15 seconds or so to dry up. Unless, that is, of course, you are using a wash, in which case it takes a little longer. But it shouldn't take more than 15 minutes between coats to dry, which is great for me. Mundane can be good. I was super anxious when I got this notification, and the stream is really calming. Oh, that's wonderful, Miracle Rats. I'm glad. I'm glad that it's calming. So you put effort into it, even if not many people are here. It's just nice to stream, and sweet that you put so much effort. Thank you. Yeah, it's just one of those things where even if I don't have a huge audience or anything, it will still be there for people who want to see what I do. But yeah, going back to cleaning an airbrush. Oh, man. Okay, so to clean an airbrush out, right, versus cleaning a regular brush, which, oh boy, I need to get new brushes, because this is falling apart. Oh no, that's not good. That's because these are old. Where is my hobby knife? Here it is. So you may not be able to see it, but I've got a couple of stray hairs sticking out. So all you gotta do, take a hobby knife, straight down. I have not had this happen before, but that is indicative of this was not a well cared for brush. Meaning I didn't take the steps necessary to prevent the splitting that's happening here. This should not be happening to, and it's hard to see, but like this should not be happening to my brush, where it's got like a line down the middle. Older brush means that paint got down into the, so this metal part is called the furrow. When paint and water gets stuck in there, the hairs start to split apart, and that means that the brush is on its way out. I can save this brush and turn it into a dry brush like these, but not as useful that way. So they sell a special sort of Miracle Rats asks, how do you prevent the splitting? It's not even special. It's almost like a wax coat that you put on the brush. It's literally every kind of painter uses them with their acrylics. Because what it does is it knocks off the paint from the brush, and it keeps it held almost like a gel. Because like now you see, now that I've like cleaned it, it's gone back to the shape it's supposed to be with that tip. That's because I've been using the tip. I've been using that I forgot what it's called. I have like a jar that I bought 3 or 4 years ago, and that thing still works. But yeah. But that can happen with your paintbrushes if you don't take care of them. Take care of your paintbrushes. You take care of them, they're going to take care of you. God, that's so nice. So another key thing is the paints that I'm using. I'm not using anything spectacular. I'm not using like top of the line stuff. I am using Army Painter paints. If I wanted to go high end, I'd either use Vallejo or exclusively Citadel, which those two are very expensive because their paints tend to be very good. Now, the secret to making the Army Painter stuff work, you gotta put these metal balls in there. You can uncap this part, literally pull it off, put these metal balls that they won't go bad, and you gotta shake it. You got to shake the hell out of it to get it smooth and creamy. But thanks to my good buddy Core Circuit and Nikki Two Pins, I actually have something for that mixes it for me without there having to be too much work. Okay. Gotta load up my brush here. And you see, just nice, smooth coat. And I'm doing my best not to not repaint what I've already painted to limit my brush strokes. Now, the good thing is, the brush strokes that you see right now, I don't know if you can see as well on Donnie right now, but there's brush strokes. Those will fade once I put another coat down. And all I'm doing is pushing this black paint as much as I can into the recesses. Even if you can't see them very well, I'm trying to push them into the recesses of the model so that the darkest parts of the model, stay dark. And my initial idea with the way I spray painted them was that they would be mostly in shadow because it was supposed to be like they're in the sewers. Because it's the Ninja Turtles, right? They're going to be usually in the sewers or like on the rooftops. So it's supposed to be like a dark kind of scene where the light is coming down on them in such a way that it would be very dramatic. Because that's the thing about the Turtles. They can be dramatic. And I love that. I love that for the Turtles. I love that about them. Now, if you are watching on Twitch, I am very sorry that I cannot keep up with both chats. Let's see. Has anyone said anything on Twitch? Oh, Corsucker does on Twitch. He invited me to co-host because he knows full well I won't be busy on Valentine's. I'm not saying he's bitchless. I ain't saying that to his face. He's gonna murder me, guys. He's gonna find me in real life. He knows where I live. He's like my best friend. He's gonna kill me, guys. Light and sloppy, he says I should call her. If I could go back time and meet... If you could go back in time and meet yourself when you first started out painting, what advice would I give myself? What advice would I give my... That's such an interesting question. I think if I could go back in time and give myself advice on minis, it would be just to pay more attention not to the details, but on the brush strokes themselves, if that makes sense. Giving myself, like, teaching myself the discipline of how to paint, essentially. Because it does take a lot of discipline. But I know that I'm not going to be the world's greatest painter. What I go for is tabletop ready, like I've said. Because like if you see here, this one's a little bit messier, but that's because we're doing this in coats. Meaning one light coat now, a light coat later, and slowly building up so that we get that all nice, dark, and smooth. And that's kind of the point. But like also not trying to rush things. That spending over 48 hours on a single model is normal. That is okay. Yes, there are people who can do it much faster, and that's cool. But letting it take the time that it needs to take. Not rushing it, not trying to be like someone else, but utilizing what I've learned from other people as best I can. Last piece of advice for myself for sure. Non-metallic metals are really fucking cool. They take forever. You don't have time for that. That is absolutely 100% okay that I can't do non-metallic metals. Maybe someday when I don't have a kid, when I don't have a wife, so hopefully praying to God, that's never, maybe someday I'd be able to do it. But honestly, until the demise of capitalism, it's gonna be what it is. Now we can all get in on the demise of capitalism, right? We're all cool here, right? We're all commies. Okay, I'll stop. So, non-metallic metal painting is a specific type of painting where instead of using literal metal paints, so like for example, this one is plate metal. It's got shiny bits inside the metal, inside the paint. They're like almost like silver shavings, basically. That's a very crude way of looking at it. And the idea is that non-metallic metals is painting metal bits. So let's say Leonardo's katanas, instead of using the metallic paints, the acrylic like paints that come with the flakes, you just use regular, let's say for example, the grays, the silvers, like you use all the colors that aren't quite literally oh boy, am I a bad teacher for this second, because I forgot. So basically, like using the supplies that you have, using every other paint that you have to give it a shiny look and a reflective look. Being able to basically point the viewer in, so like giving it a perspective, a forced perspective that makes it look like there's a reflection coming off of that item. It is extraordinarily time consuming, but very rewarding if you can pull it off. And there are many who can pull it off. Just like there are many who can freehand and just paint whatever they like on a miniature. That is true artistry. Not that what I'm doing isn't artistry. It's all art. It's all just subjective to us, right? But yeah, it's one of those, it's a true testament to how skilled you are as a miniature painter if you can do that. That isn't to say that you have to use non-metallics to be considered a extraordinary miniature painter. You don't need to. It is literally a skill that is meant for, like, they're not meant for mobs, let me put it that way. You're not going to get a group of Grey Knights, you're not going to get a group of Space Marines and do non-metallic metals unless someone paid you to do it. In which case, sure, for the box art, yeah, I could probably do that for money. A lot of money, because it's going to take hours and hours of painting not just one, but multiple. And here's the thing, if you're doing that for an army, every single one of those Space Marines, let's say if you got a squad of 5 guys, right? Every single one of them, because they're lined up differently on the battlefield, is going to need a different perspective, which means you're going to have to individualize how you make the reflections come off. Again, you'd have to pay me a lot of money not just to learn how to do that, but to be able to do that many. Even with 5 guys, 5 does not sound like a lot. But 5 miniatures doing that, that's a lot of time and effort. I'm not saying it wouldn't be worth it in the end, because it's really great practice, but again, unless it's a very special model, most of the Space Marines are just mooks who are built to die anyway, technically. Now, okay, so I have a few models that I can show you really quick to kind of prove my point. Because these are very specific. These are, okay, to go into it, these were 3D printed by my brother. I have a 3D printer. 3D printing is great for miniatures. Now, he specifically made these because I have Marvel and DC United, which is a board game where the Marvel heroes are chibis. Here's an example. This is Mystique. Now, I've got all the Marvel heroes, basically, at this point, and I'm going to be getting most of the DC heroes. These guys, you're going to spend a lot of time on because you want them to look comic book or movie accurate. And I've already done a few of them. Like, I've done most of the mainline Avengers. I say most because there are a few that I haven't gotten to. But when you're looking at a squad of 5 guys that look almost identical, these are my Grey Knights. I have not fully painted them yet. They are primed for painting. These guys almost all look uniform and identical. I am not about to spend a million hours trying to make them look special. Because ultimately, and this is part of the lore of Warhammer, they're not. They're just dudes meant to die. And then you've got their captain here, Castilian Crow, who has a flaming sword, which is fucking badass. This guy is going to require a lot of time and patience. A lot of my time and patience. And it's going to be worth it. I'm a little tempted to try one of my metallic paints here, just to give you an... You know what? I might just do that. I might just do that to experiment and also kind of give you an idea. But if I'm going to do that, I'm going to have to... Good thing that's dried. If I'm going to do that, I'm going to have to switch out my water, because that will affect the paints. It will also affect the brush. You don't want to paint your miniatures... okay. you do want to paint your miniatures. You don't want to use regular paint. You want to use your paintbrushes, but you don't want to use your best top-of-the-line paintbrushes when you use metals, because it also ruins your brush over time. As an immediate gratification goblin, I can't even imagine. That's commitment. Shiny time comes later. But yeah, no, non-metallic metals, absolutely. He 3D print models. How about he 3D print himself some bitches? Sir, I'm married. I have more bitches than you. Core Circuit over on Twitch giving me guff. I see you. I love going back and forth with my buddy. So, I know I said I wasn't sure whether or not I was going to repaint Raph, but seeing how well this is coming out so far, I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do it. This is kind of inadvisable. But you see how smooth? It's a little thick. I need to water it down, I think, a little bit. But just that one coat will almost be enough to recover him for me to repaint. Which is phenomenal. That's very nice. Oh, yeah. And because painting is one of those hobbies that's a passion of mine, I can talk about this stuff all day long. I might get some of it wrong. I'm not an expert. It's just something I'm passionate about. Because it's one of the most meditative things that I could potentially do in the world. Outside of smoking, which I'll admit, smoking cigars is one of those vices I have, but I'll admit to you guys now, the past year has been very stressful, so I've done a lot of cigar smoking in the past 3 or 4 months. The first couple of times worked like a charm. But I don't know if my cigars went stale or what. They were just not hitting right. They just did not feel the same. So being here now with you guys and sharing something this meditative feels extraordinary. Because I'm barely looking at the chat as I'm just zoning in on doing this. It's a lot of repetitive motions, a lot of just focusing, but not trying too hard, especially because I'm not at a stage where I'm doing the try hard stage. It's just, hey, let's just put some paint on a mini. And that is absolutely fine with me. Ain't nothing wrong with that. Now, the challenging bit that I'm going to run into later is going to be figuring out, do I want to make the turtles look a little bit more distinguished from one another? Because you'll notice that in some of the turtle stories, like some of the shows and whatnot, the turtles have different skin colors. And that's to distinguish them a little bit more visually. So like Raph tends to be a little on the lime green side, along with Michelangelo. Donatello tends to be the darkest of the turtles, with a much darker, almost brown green color, which is an interesting observation. I know in later iterations they also kind of kept to that too. Like Mutant Mayhem does a really good job of like making them seem like individuals. Which, if you haven't seen Mutant Mayhem, you should. Twitch chat is wild. Oh, yeah. Even if it's just... When did I start painting? Okay, that is a good question. I was talking about your brother, you slug. Oh, that's right. Okay, yeah, you're right. You're right, Core. You're right. I'm just gonna mix in a little bit of water here, just because this is a little too thick. I need a little looser. Just a little looser. I started painting when I was... I was in middle school going into high school, I think. No, I was in high school going into university. That's what it was. So I must have been 20... No. I was like 15, 16, I think, actually. So yeah, high school. My brother had some friends in the seminary back when he was going to become a priest in the Catholic Church. He dropped out. But like, at the time, he had a couple of friends in the seminary who liked playing Warhammer and stuff, and they got him into playing. We got into the Lord of the Rings game, the board game. Well, it's not a board game, it's a war game. Also done by, you guessed it, Games Workshops, the guys who do, and they still do Lord of the Rings and The Hobbit and stuff like that. The models aren't great. But yeah, they do the Lord of the Rings miniature game. We got into it because we were huge Lord of the Rings fans. I still am. Love Lord of the Rings. I'm not like a mega super nerd on it, where I know every little thing about the entire backstory. I just love Lord of the Rings. And that's not to knock those people, by the way. That's just me saying they are my superiors. I do not have that knowledge. Just like how my wife has superior knowledge on Star Wars to me. I am always in awe of her tis. Sorry. I joke. She and I make those jokes all the time, but she truly does have a vast knowledge of Star Wars, which I really do appreciate when she goes on those nerdy tangents. But yeah, so I got into Lord of the Rings, playing the miniature game, and they got me into the painting aspect. And I liked it. I wasn't very good at it, because the thing is, they were using these thick-ass acrylic paints that came from, like, the Dollar Tree or, like, Hobby Lobby, which, again, I didn't know anything about painting at the time. Everything I learned secondhand through the internet over time. And that was before, it wasn't before YouTube, it was before people were making YouTube videos about how to paint. So, needless to say, my first models weren't great looking. But I kept them. I kept them even though I haven't played them in over 10 years. It's almost... I'm going to be 35 next Saturday. So it's almost been, at this point, 20 years. Almost 20 years since I've ever played Lord of the Rings. And so, in that 20-year time, I have learned a lot more about mini painting. I have learned a lot more about, like, life, obviously. So there's a lot that I learned and gained from it. But I kept those models as a reminder of where I came from in terms of how far I've come in the realm of miniature painting. And I love that little reminder. I love showing those off, as bad as they were, arguably. Because it is a nice little reminder of how far I've come. It is nice to see growth and change that's just dramatic. One of the things that I have near my desk, and this is my streaming desk and my office desk. This isn't my recording booth. That's in the bedroom. As you can imagine. But like, yeah, I've got one of the Lamia that I painted, and I'll show that off in a second. I think you guys have seen it. I painted it at this point about 2-3 years ago, and shit holds up really damn well. That shit holds up. You may have seen I dropped a bit of water into my paint here just to thin it out. Now, this is a little too thin for what I'm going for, but that is okay. We're going to do thin coats. Oh, I do like how that looked. That's cool. Now, unfortunately, what's happening now is it's too thin and it's pooling, so I need to put a little bit more paint. And that's because the black paint is very incredibly thick. I mean thick with 2 C's. But it kind of needs to be, because it's usually used for base coating. I feel like I deserve kudos for not making a single "that's what she said" joke this whole time. Miracle Rats, you do. Congratulations to you. Best thing to wake up to? Well, thank you, little lady. Dragon, hi, welcome in. Core, you had me at thick ass. Only to find you're talking about paint. I mean, that's just how I do. There we go. That's the coverage I needed right now. Again, I need slightly thicker coverage here on this paint job, because these are larger models than you would usually need, that you would be usually doing. Most models are not this big. Again, for scale, normal Space Marine, Grey Knight Space Marine versus this turtle. The turtle is much bigger. Okay, we're making some good progress here too, and in good time. That still needs to dry. And see, now if you guys have burning questions about the channel or anything like that, technically a good time to talk about it, because I'm not quite in the auto zone. Little lady says, right now I'm preparing to head to college, and you can imagine how bad the mood was before this notice. I can imagine. College can be very scary. Is this your first year? A lot of adjustments in college, but a lot of college is more about like learning about yourself and learning about the world around you. So scary stuff, but it doesn't have to always be too scary. And it's important to remember that you are not alone in feeling scared. Everyone else around you is likely feeling scared, except for the one guy who is probably just paranoid because he's stoned out of his mind. That guy is Steve. Because of course he'd be a Steve. Nice, creamy, thin coats of black paint. Now, the black paint is more stark right now because of the whites on Leonardo. He's still going to be the one who's the leader, the one who's at the forefront of the battle. So he's still going to be the one that ends up with the lightest coloring, specifically because he's going to be at the front of the formation that I have in mind. Raph being kind of in the back despite being the hothead, mostly because it's more intimidating with him in the back. And we all know Raphael would go for intimidation factor. He's just that dude. He's got that dog in him, but not in the colloquialism that me and Core Circuit use. He knows what I mean. It's not slander if it's not in writing. Or something like that. Core Circuit would know. He's got that dog now. Just kidding. Hello, LTU Games. Core Circuit says, my best advice for college: before you buy the required textbooks, see if they are published online for free. He is right. It is never wrong to pirate. Especially these days, it is never wrong to pirate if you cannot afford those textbooks. I went through college, and I can tell you there is nothing unethical about it. I'm gonna be the first one to say that. I'm gonna come out swinging, out the gate. Because your education should not be paused because you don't have money. And anyone who says otherwise can kick rocks. If they're not online, talk to a student who took that class that semester before. See if you can take their book, since they won't need it anymore. That is also true, though sometimes the professors like to update. Sometimes those textbooks being updated is a good thing. There's a lot of things that happen, like with new studies and whatnot. A lot of times it's just, hey, we changed a paragraph or two, now you have to pay full price. Which is complete and utter horseshit. But that is the American education system in a nutshell. Miracle Red says, or use the directory to look up your professor and send them an email asking if it's recommended or strictly required. Core Circuit, dog, as in dog instead of dog. That's right, that's a lot of dogs. Piracy is necessary these days. Absolutely, it's necessary these days. It is 100% necessary because we live in a society that values capital over its people. Right now, what's going on with TikTok? Very proof positive that, money is more important to our government than what they were being paid for by us as civil servants. Now they're all being paid by the private sector. They're all being paid by the Elon Musks and, the Mark Zuckerbergs of the world. And so they do whatever they want. It's been known that America's been an oligarchy for far longer, but I'm glad that we're getting to a point where there's more class consciousness that's being raised. Let me put it that way. Also, I will be unapologetic in my very political rants. Once I get started, hard to get me to stop. That is because, as most of you may already know, I am also a therapist. So, a lot of politics does actively affect my clients who are mentally ill, and it also affects the lowest class people who I see every day in my job. And I could tell you some of the bullshit that I've dealt with in my job. Not because of the people who are mentally ill, although there are some funny stories. It has more to do with the failings of our government. And being in Texas, woohoo, I'm sure you can just imagine those failings. They're spectacular. They're on epic levels of just disastrous. But, yeah, I know most of you are like, I just wanted to come and chill. Please, no politics. I don't want to think about TikTok dying and all that. You know what? You're right. We're here about painting. We're here about just vibing. Just surviving, thriving. Don't worry, we're all commies here. I hope so. Miracle Rat says it's almost like it was designed to fail. Yeah. No, it's almost exactly like that. Little lady, you're a therapist. I'm a nursing student, and this semester I have a clinical in a psychiatric hospital. Have you been there? You mean have... I assume you mean have I ever worked in a clinical setting that way? Not have you ever been involuntarily committed? So it's funny that you say that, because technically what I'm doing at night doing my assessments, it's in the same vein. I'm not working in a psychiatric hospital, but I am vetting people to see if it's necessary for them to go. But because there's politics involved and because there's capital involved, the answer is almost always yes. Because the company I work for, so they tell us that we need to provide the highest level of care possible. The highest level of care is telling everyone, hey, I think you should go inpatient. Now, mind you, I don't always disagree with this methodology, but when I do disagree, my managers give me a lot of pushback about it. Usually, well, sometimes. Depends on who I'm talking to. Most of them will be like, oh, they don't meet criteria? Cool. Let them go home. Others will be like, well, just offer it and let them refuse the inpatient. They don't need it. They don't need that. Why would I offer something? Why would I try to upsell someone on something they don't need to be upselled for? You know, like their mental health. This is a common battle in mental health care. So, being that you're going to be being that you're a nursing student, you're going to see psychiatric patients every once in a while. Depending on which hospital or which setting that if you end up in a hospital, depending on what location and where you are at, will kind of determine. Like, if you ever work in an ER, any ER, you will have anywhere from frequent to extraordinarily rare instances where you deal with psychiatric patients. Usually it's someone who is having thoughts of self-harm, or you're having someone who is having psychosis. Those are the two most typical things. Every once in a while you'll get a guy who's like, yeah, I'm thinking about killing people, I need you to put me away. In which case, like, yeah, we'll help them out. Now, if they're funded, we'll help them out for sure. But that goes into a deeper issue. That's a deeper American issue. Whether or not a person has funding should not be a bar to healthcare. And even then, even if you are funded, most insurances don't want to cover for mental health stuff. So, we're learning a lot today, kids. We're learning a lot today. Sometimes there's a very fine line between being the professional and being the one with the grippy socks. I mean, yeah, kind of. I mean, I could be seen as a lot of things. Not just as an anarcho-communist, but because, again, I've been radicalized by doing this job and by many other things. Poor circuit. But, like, ultimately, what I find is that... Sorry, I'm just pausing to see, do I need more paint on any of these guys? Like, you can still see streaks on him, and I'm kind of unhappy about that, but that's whatever. I'm going to see if maybe another coat will cover that. But yeah, you'll see that mental health care in America is kind of awful, and working in that field creates so much burnout for a lot of us. I'll be honest, I am a therapist. I'm a trained therapist. I haven't seen a therapy client in, at this point, a year. Because the reality is, most people cannot afford to see a therapist. And yeah, you could go through like BetterHelp. There's a lot of reasons why we don't like people using BetterHelp. First and foremost of those is they have a lot of leaks that happen very often with their client information. Private information being leaked from a mental health facility or mental health care provider, as you can imagine, not a great look. So we try to avoid using BetterHelp. But like the problem is, okay, I'll let you guys in on this from my perspective. I, as a therapist, try and provide what's called a sliding scale, meaning if you don't have insurance, I'll work with you. The lowest I can possibly work for is $25 an hour. The medium range is anywhere from $150 to $200 per session, depending. If it's a couple session, definitely going to be $200. But you won't see a lot of therapists providing therapy for under $100. I'm one of those bleeding hearts that's, I make it an extraordinary exceptions, because I have always said that the people who need it most are those who can least afford it, which arguably is true and untrue. Arguably. Okay, we're going to do the grays next. But what I mean by that, right, is that those who are suffering mental health issues and who can barely afford health care have to go their lives without getting the care that they need. Just point blank simple. They don't get the care that they need because they can't afford it. It's only affordable to other people. So this is a dry brush, by the way. I am dry brushing Donatello and trying to get those raised areas with a gray so that more of the details pop. This will be important for the slap chop later. But going back to it, so I charge anywhere from $25 to $150, and I'm on the cheaper end of things because I want to make it as affordable as possible to as many people as possible. But even then, I also don't have my own office because it is expensive to have an office. It is not only expensive, but I'd have to get business loans, this, that, and the other, and I've already got student loan debt up to my eyeballs, just like the rest of us who are in the field. I'm not special in that regard. But it's becoming a major problem. So without an office, a lot of people don't like seeing a therapist online. But like I tell them, online is kind of how I keep the rates as low as I can. Otherwise, if I had an office, I'd have to charge the $100 to $200 per session. Realistically, I would have to. It would be the only way that I'd be able to afford to pay for that office and make a livable wage, which is ridiculous to say. But yeah, being in this field, not being able to be a therapist because specifically most people can't afford it, it sucks. Because I love being a therapist, but I also love being a voice actor. I love doing all these great things, these creative things. And I'm very blessed that I have an audience like you guys that allows me to do that. I'm scared to head there, especially after getting that types of delusion lecture. So, what kind of lecture do you mean? Like, on the kinds of delusions that people have? Or are you talking about the delusions of, like, healthcare helping people? I'm curious, little lady. So as you can see, I don't have to try that hard to put this dry brush on. And it gives it some nice texture too. I love that Raph looks still so dark. And actually, those lines ended up working out a little bit because it gives it almost like he's a wrinkled look. Almost like he's grumpy and like about to fight God himself over a pizza. Because if anyone would do it, it would be Raph. Raph would fight over pizza. Raph would fight over anything, let's be honest. That's what makes him so great. He's so quick to anger. And believe it or not, as someone who has a history of being a hothead, even now, yeah. I mean, there's a reason why Hellboy's one of my favorite characters in fiction. Because I jive with being a hothead. I'm a very passionate person, very compassionate person. So I see something that I think is wrong, I get very upset about it very quickly. Sometimes to my own detriment. But like, you can already see a huge difference, right? You can already see an improvement in these guys. Just with the little bit of shadows that they were given. Hello, cat. Sorry, my cat Butterball decided to visit me. Now, I need to figure out how to wash dry brushes. Because it's been a hot minute and I don't remember. Chaotic Good is my alignment. Give me a Dark Hero any day, says LTU Games. Listen, I love... Okay, you can ask Core. Some of my favorite heroes of all time are darker heroes. That being said, ever since I had a son, and as I've grown older, I have a much greater appreciation for Superman and Paladins and like more lawful good characters. I get why we need them. However, it's hard to be lawful good when the laws that are being upheld are not good to its people. So yeah, I would say I am at the very least neutral good at this point myself on that alignment chart, but that alignment stuff is much harder to kind of suss out nowadays because we live in a far more complicated world with far more complicated issues. And we've always lived in that complicated world as humans. 1000%. I've always said that human beings are complicated, which is why, as a therapist, I don't practice cognitive behavioral therapy. I don't believe... Like, don't get me wrong, evidence-based practices are great. They're not great for everything. They're not great for a lot of mental illnesses, which is why I'm a Gestalt therapist. I'm a humanist therapist. I don't believe that human beings can be quantified in a way that's going to, like, you can't make people numbers. And that's part of the reason why, again, as a communist, I don't like cognitive behavioral therapy, because it tends to dehumanize and say, oh, well, how can you fix your problems? I don't know, how can I fix capitalism? I, the individual, cannot. I cannot break or fight the system without it breaking or fighting me back. So what then is a person to do? And so what ends up happening in that case as a therapist is you either get stuck doing, again, cognitive behavioral therapy, which is what most insurance companies love seeing. They love saying, oh, you're doing CBT, wonderful work, great job. Because CBT is a lot of, and I hate to admit this, it's putting the emphasis on what can you do about your problems instead of what can we do about, okay, your problems exist. Let's acknowledge that. Instead, it's a lot of, oh, well, we're going to not acknowledge that problems actually exist and say that your thinking about the problems is the problem, TM. Which is a load of horseshit. Again, very respectful to my brethren who practice cognitive behavioral therapy, or anyone who uses it. It can be very useful. It can be very good, just like any other tool. But it is simply a tool. And the problem is that insurance companies and primarily insurance companies want to tout it as almost like the only type of therapy. But there is so many different type of therapies out there. Like, you wouldn't even believe. Sorry, I'm trying to pay attention to both chats, and I'm realizing, oh, Core has said quite a lot on my other stream, on my Twitch. Show us your grippy sock drip. I've peaked. Guy is shell shading a turtle. Yeah. Ha 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 ha. Core Circuit says, to give you guys in chat an idea. I need to do my best Core Circuit impression. Hang on. To give you guys a chat an idea, talking with Mazur has helped me... He's gonna beat me to death, guys. Talking with Mazur has helped me learn to like boundless optimistic Superman. I initially disliked the eternal Boy Scout attitude hero, but he helped me understand the endless radiance of hope. Core has said quite a lot. Bitch, do you know how have the slightest idea how common that is? When did you become Patrick? When you had that Ohio Riz skibbity toilet? I don't know. Answer the phone. Don't sound like that. Let me speak, Piccolo. It's true. My buddy Core has an even deeper voice than I do. Sometimes it is uncanny hearing him talk. I'll be like, oh, damn, that's a human. But then I realize, no, Core Circuit is in fact a robot. So then I don't feel so bad. Then I don't feel so weak and powerless, yeah. But yeah, if you didn't know, there are plenty of different theories of therapy. Now, this is not something that gets talked about a lot in mainstream stuff. You see it on TikTok a bit. Back when TikTok was still alive, you know. it's still technically alive here in Texas. It hasn't gone dark yet. It will for a day or two. And then Mark Zuckerberg's probably going to buy it, from what I'm hearing. Anyway, but yeah, there are tons of different. There's at minimum 12 major theories of counseling. Now, you may have heard of Maslow, who was a student of Sigmund Freud, and you've obviously everyone's heard of Sigmund Freud. Everyone and their brother has heard of Sigmund Freud. That's normal. I've had the absolute pleasure of knowing Lazarus for more than half my life, chat. I swear I give him trouble with love. He's got me held hostage, guys. Miracle Rat said, this is so validating to hear. I think CBT had nuggets of helpful information, but ultimately did more harm than good for me. Other approaches were life-changing. Because it's true. It's one of those things where CBT right now is baby's first therapy. It is baby's first introduction to therapy because, again, the system that we work in highly values putting the individual at fault for their problems rather than understanding that, well, they know that they're part of the problem because they built this system. Whoever they is, whether it's your boss, whether it's your insurance company, whether it's our own government, they're all part of it. They're all in on it. And I know that sounds like a conspiracy theory, but when you think about how much of your life is affected by these people, it makes a lot more sense that those things rightfully do deter us from being well and doing better. Because it also behooves those at the top for most of us not to be well in some regard. Because if someone else is making what I make, how can I be happy? Says the rich man. And it's not to say that the rich can't have mental illness or anything like that. No, they can. Their struggles are real. It's just their struggles also come from a place of usually a lack of empathy. Usually because they don't empathize with the working man. When they don't even know what the cost of a banana is, they've kind of already lost their way. Whereas you and I struggle with having to maintain daily tasks, having to maintain everyday things, like, for example, having to vacuum the house, having to not have someone do that for us while also working 40, 50-hour weeks and then having to take care of everything else and then being blamed and being put at fault for not being able to accomplish all of those things that we literally don't have time for. And so many systems and theories go into, like, yeah, why that's problematic, why that's hurtful. A little lady said, hey, sorry had to leave there. I meant the delusion people get with psychosis, like delusions of persecution and thoughts of insertion for, like, schizophrenia, for instance. You most often find that in schizophrenics, people with schizophrenia tend to be the most common mental health patients that you see at hospitals, for good reason. What I've found, interestingly enough, is that a large number of people come in to the hospitals specifically to get their medications because they tend to run out around the same time. Like the same time of month, every month they kind of run out of their meds and have to come back. Very common occurrence. Definitely not their fault. Absolutely not their fault. But that tends to happen a lot. Sometimes it can be a little funny. Most of the time, it's just kind of sad. Sometimes hard to tell from a nursing perspective when someone's fucking with you to get free shit. Because, surprise, surprise, a good number of homeless people have mental illness problems. It's very common. It's very common, not to say that every homeless person is mentally ill, by the way. It's just extraordinarily common because it is considered a trauma to become houseless, in case you didn't know. So, case in point, I had an interesting interaction with a man who, and this was last week, who came into a hospital not necessarily seeking a evaluation. He came in because he mentioned some things that were alarming to the doctor and the nurses, including the fact that, like, when they asked him if he was having any thoughts of wanting to harm himself or anyone else, he was kind of cagey, but kept bringing up that he wouldn't mind, and I quote this man, that he wouldn't mind blowing himself up for the United States government. Now, when I tell you I have met in the past 10 years, I've almost been acting as a therapist for that amount of time, but in my training and everything, the amount of time that I've taken meeting people and having dealt with many patients who have schizophrenia, a lot of times what you see in psychosis is what we call hyper-religious content, meaning someone who is focused on, not even like hearing the voice of God, but like talking about God to a degree that is odd. Like it's almost everything goes back to it in a way that's off and weird. It's really hard to describe, but you'll know it when you see it, is the best way to put it. But this guy, instead of being hyper-religious, was hyper-patriotic, meaning everything kept going back to... Now, mind you, he is the son of immigrants. He is the son of people who came from across the border. Talking about this stuff, you know... This guy's not going to get the subtle nuance that, like, white people won't accept him. Because I can tell you as a Latino, they know that we're not fully white. And they will never truly accept us as being white. A lot of Latin Americans don't really know how to have an answer for that. And that sucks. I do. I just ignore it. But, so this guy, being a Latino, and having these thoughts of like, oh yeah, you know, I want to go join the military. And he's got a history of schizophrenia. And I was like, so have you ever been in the military? He's like, I don't remember. Okay, when you say you don't remember, what do you mean? I don't remember being in the military. I think I was. Did you serve any tours? I don't remember. A lot of this guy's psychosis was like not being able to remember basic information. And given that his content was so like extremely patriotic and also very very alarming and concerning for us, we ended up having to have that man involuntarily committed because, I mean, he was absolutely considered a threat to himself. And in that situation, it's so interesting to see how varied and wide that you can get with how varied and wide the ideas can be when it comes to psychosis. It's not just what we stereotypically see on TV. It's not just like, you'll see a lot of the same stuff. And again, in a nursing setting, you'll never know someone who's coming in just looking for free stuff, free food, free housing for a short time, because unfortunately it happens a lot. What you'll hear nurses say in those situations is they know what they're doing, they're just playing the system, and sometimes they're not wrong. Like, it's hard to prove it, but what else is there for these people who are unemployable, and who's going to pay for them to be housed anywhere, right? So that's a very common problem in the healthcare system, unfortunately. So you will likely come up against that sort of thing at some point in your career as a nurse. But again, that also kind of really highly depends on where you're working. So take what I say with a grain of salt, because again, I'm doing this every day. I'm going to all of the different ERs in the greater, like, Dallas area. So I've seen a lot. And there's always something new to see. There's always, like, again, case in point, the man I mentioned. I've never met anyone who was hyper patriotic that way. There's no other way to describe it. Hyper patriotic is the best way to describe that. Because he was just so focused on, like, wanting to serve in the military and clearly not being in a place where he ever could. And we would call him a poor historian in, like, doctorish terms. Because, again, getting a clear answer out of him... Oh, damn it. My turtle is falling off. Getting a clear answer out of him was very difficult. Because, again, a lot of his answers were, I don't remember, or I don't know. But unfortunately, you also get a lot of nurses in the job who are jaded and kind of blame the people. And don't get me wrong, I get it. I had a guy also last week, I think, who was very upset that I woke him up to do the assessment, and he had explained that he wanted to be assessed. And I was like, okay, no problem. That's what I'm here for. But got so upset that I had woken him up that he was cursing everyone out, and we ended up having to basically escort him off the premises because you can't do that, unfortunately. You can't just curse out the staff. Surprisingly enough.
Does this come with instructions on how to clean my dry brush?
Sorry, I know I'm jumping all over topics, as you can imagine. But hey, look at how great my turtles look so far. Woo! Can really see some good detail. In fact, I need to go to OBS really quick. There we go. So the problem is that I have such a bright light that you can't see how much detail there is. And how dark they actually are. Babe, wake up. How'd that brain work? At some point, it stops being a conspiracy and starts being the literal basic function of capitalism. Yep. Turtle power. Like, America has no reason to ban China's cure for diabetes, which we funded, or Cuba's actual vaccine for cancer. But we do it because the pharmaceutical companies want money. Just look at the cost of insulin here versus in the US, says Core Circuit. And he's right, because the idea is curing things is too unprofitable versus not curing things. It's just sad. And I know that this is, again, this was supposed to be a chill stream, but, like, we need to be educated so that we don't get taken advantage of. But oh yeah, how smexy these guys look. Okay. Now I should save these guys for the stream. So I'm going to go ahead and use this Space Marine here as a sort of proof of concept for y'all. Now again, this is just a simple Grey Knight. I have a shit ton of these guys. But you can see a lot more details as I'm putting brush strokes as I'm dry brushing. Now that part's broken, but we're going to ignore that right now, because I don't got time for all that. Be broken on your own time, you slut. There's nothing wrong with sluts. I actively kind of am one, guys, on Patreon. Don't worry about it. That's for the adults in the room. Okay. So this is kind of a proof of concept. I'm going to also dry brush his base. And I realize I might be being a little rough on this brush that I just bought. Part of my birthday gift for next week that I bought was the dry brush set. Patreon.com/stroke. The Stroke. That's right. That's where you can find me if you're an adult. I do have my safe work stuff. Okay, I'm just gonna... Again, I have a million of these guys. I'm just gonna ignore that piece that broke off. Fuck you. Not you, my beautiful audience. Not you. I meant the Space Marine. This one Grey Knight that I'm going to be prepping. He's going to be ready. Okay. So, now that I've got that done, you can see kind of the difference here. Be broken on your own time. Exactly what you want to hear from a therapist. Okay. So, in order for me to do the next step, I need to take this here water, go dump it out, and put clean water, or else it will affect my wet palette, it will affect my Toidles, it will affect my Grey Knight. So, I'm going to take a quick BRB, but don't worry, I will be right back. Be broken on your own time, Mazarus, once your credit card declines. Yeah. Okay. I'll be right back. Oh, goody. I didn't realize that the loop wasn't working and just went black. Wonderful. I love that for me. Okay. So, I need to... Okay, so I've been using this brush as this brush is not doing very great. It's kind of on the way out. I'll continue to use this brush. Okay. So next up is some Broadsword Silver. I'm a little nervous because I've not used this paint before. And I don't know if it's mixed well enough. It looks a little too dark. But we'll see. Oh, okay, okay. Let's go. Let's go. Speed painting. Now, this is obviously not the right color for my Grey Knights, but it will be good as a proof of concept for me, because the idea is that it's supposed to help, like, minimize the amount of time that I would actually be using painting my guys to begin with. Now, mind you, this probably could have used a little bit more grays and whatnot, but okay. The other thing is, the speed paint needs to get into the recesses, because it automatically kind of makes the what we call, not the base, the, oh Lord help me, what am I trying to say? I just assumed the BRB screen forgot to pay the lighting bill. I mean, yeah. Valkyra, welcome. Hilbeth J, go Speed Painter, go. No, it's supposed to get in the crevices like a wash. There we go. I don't know why that took so long to get to me. Jeez. Oh, yeah, there we go. Oh, there we go. Okay. Now, mind you, this is a quick version of this mini, but you can already kind of see how it's got that metal. Oh, God, I need to do something about that lighting. I say as if I can't adjust the lighting a little bit. And instead of pointing it directly at the model, I'm using the wrong thing. Let's see if I can point it. Oh, that makes that worse. Let's see if I point it. Dear Lord in heaven. I can't tell if it's my... It's cool that you're painting minifigures. I actually got a Gambit duck for Christmas that I need to paint as well. Heck yeah, that sounds amazing. Okay, so if I pull the camera... Oh, that does not make it any better. Oof. Okay, there we go. It needs a dark background. That makes sense. Okay, so the paint is still drying, but this is a metallic paint. Now, I went with one called... Goodness gracious. That's not the name of the paint, by the way. I just dropped one of my turtles into paint. That happens. Okay. Goodness, I am dropping all my turtles here like a goofus. But yeah, I got Broadsword Silver. Now, I bought the speed paints that I bought without knowing which ones they would be. Meaning not knowing exactly the color I was getting. Which is kind of a bad idea as a general notion. But like, you can see how that improved a lot of this guy's, like, little inconvenience that gotta happen whenever you do something you love. Yeah, basically. It's character building, but not in D&D. But you can see that it's kind of given him darks and lights that make it look like he's metal now. And as this dries, the recesses will pop a little bit and everything. I don't know how long it's going to take for it to dry. Let's see if it says on the back. All-in-one war paint that creates vibrant colors, shading, and highlights in one application. Huh. Okay. But like, okay. How long you take to dry, man? How long? Me. Okay. Okay, it is dry. It's just, it's that shiny. It's just that shiny. Did I just casually this hell of a line? I do that quite often. I'm an improviser. If you didn't know. Somewhere between 1 minute and 1,000,000 hours, right? Pretty sure it's dry, actually. It's not coming off. It's just that shiny. Okay, so it's not... So this is what we call a glossy finish. And not a just flat. That's not bad because it is a metallic that I'm using. I'm going to go back over here really quick and just see if I can't fix this turtle. Oh, boy howdy, that's a lot of dust. I need a little bit more white. I'm all over the place. Okay, this is fine. It's fine. It's fine. We're good. I'm being dramatic on purpose. Because that's what entertainers do. And I am nothing if not a little entertaining sometimes. Ain't that right, Core Circuit? He'll say yes. Core Circuit over like, just let me work, boss. I'm tired. That adds a little bit of character, though. Not to Core Circuit, I meant to the turtle. Now, I really need to figure out how I'm going to wash this once I'm done. I have no idea. Meanwhile, I'm dramatic for free, like an amateur. Amateur. You guys actually have a much better view, I think, of my toidles. Is my PNG not going off? Why? Or not? One last thing. One last thing. Professor told us a very sympathetic colleague she had who was so protective of a patient out of professional boundaries. The patient spent 2 years looking for her once her clinical ended. I mean, I can kind of get that, though. Mazarus name drops me because he knows I'm editing some very stale footage. And he keeps me on my toes to shake things up. On that note, thank you so much. You're welcome, Core Circuit. I am here to be your friend and to entertain. And also because I know you're doing a bang-up job with that bullshit you're dealing with. I say that with all the love of my heart. I'm not going to name names, but I'm just saying I know what you're going through, boo. Don't worry, Pookie. I got you. But yeah, okay. So these guys are prepped. Now, I don't have a wide variety of speed paints. I got what I needed. So for example, I got this yellowish orange kind of contrast paint here. Good Lord in heaven. I'm gonna figure it out. I'm gonna figure it out. I'm gonna figure it out. Anyway, I got this contrast paint. You know what? What if I just do this? Behold, I am a fool. What if I do it this way? Behold, I am less of a fool. That sure is yellow. Uh-huh. Yeah, you can tell, can't you? It'll look better on the models. I've got 3 different kinds of greens. I don't know which one I'm going to use where. So I've got this Absolution Green, Shamrock Green, and Orc Skin Green. And I like that they tell you, like, this one's a deep green, this one's a vivid green, this one's a... Let me tell you, Army Painter is fucking brilliant for telling us on the bottle, right here in this little corner, what kind of green it is. I'm just a fucking idiot who didn't, like, pay attention to that going into this. But that's super helpful, actually, especially if you're doing layers. Because I've got their old paint... They're not super old. They're like 3 years old. These paints don't tell you where they are. Their new paint designs give you so much more information so that you're not having to do a lot of guesswork and not having to do a lot of, like, shifting things around. It's fucking brilliant. They also have, like, these metallic colors, which are nice. So if you want to do, like, metallic blue, boom, there you go. Fucking awesome. Anywho. Little lady said he found her, but she was already married, and I guess he was at least sensible enough to accept that. As far how he found her, nobody knows. Listen, clients are going to do some things like that. It's... The thing with clients is a lot of times they have poor boundaries for a number of reasons. It's not their fault. There's a reason why they're in therapy and stuff like that. Stuff like that is not uncommon for people to say, oh, I fell in love with my therapist. You fell in love with someone... That's a tricky thing. It's really hard to say that outright. Because, like, who we are as therapists is not who we actually are in real life. And that sounds weird to say, but, like, just like anyone at work wears kind of like a facade or a mask, we don't have our shit together all the time. A lot of us are messy people who, like, can counsel other people with the problems in their life, but when it comes to their own problems, listen, if you asked me how to control my anger, how I personally control my anger, listen, there's a look, there's a bird over there. That's so much more interesting, isn't it? I have a hard time with my temper. I'm getting much, much better with it. But, yeah. I fell in love with my therapist, Mazarus. Don't break my heart. This is why the way you call me Pookie. Purpose, right? Don't worry, Pookie. I got you. I got you. Mazarus controls his anger by making me solve his most bullshit audio problems. And those tend to be, hey, I've got it on the wrong setting. Thanks for figuring it out, man. Thank you. I swear he's going to beat me to death. Valkyra says, last time I did any painting, I spray painted some candle holders for our dining room. Not sure the color exactly. It's some kind of metallic gray-black. Yeah, you can speed a lot of things like that. It's completely fine. In fact, I have Space Marine. I have Grey Knights that I just literally spray painted silver to make it faster. But now that I'm going back and trying to put arms and put everything else on, there is no easy way to paint an army of dudes. It just sucks. It's Suck Balls Mountain, guys. It is King of Suck Balls Mountain. I painted 2 human lady sorcerers to look like Barbie. That's fucking awesome. I can guarantee you that probably took some time. I don't doubt that took some time. Speaking of taking time. Okay. I have done what I set out to do today, which is to prime these guys so that next week I can use a slap chop method for my stream to make them pop. I don't want to work on these guys anymore because that's going to be for my birthday. That's what we're going to be working on next week. But I have options. I have many options. I got these guys right over here. God damn, that light doesn't... That light being so bright does not help. I don't know if it's the camera that's bad because of that, or if I need to just raise the light higher maybe so it doesn't like blind you guys. I think that helped. Ayo, Sensory VA, welcome in, welcome in. So I also have these guys that I can paint. Shit, I knocked over another turtle. It's okay, it didn't go into the paint, so it doesn't count. It doesn't count. So I have this lovely thing here, by the way. This is my... I'm going to show you guys. Whoop! It's my paint box. And it holds all my paints. And it comes with these lovely little inserts for me to hold models that I'm going to paint in there. These guys have been in there for a while. They've been in there for a bit. Hey, how's the paint? It's going great. I'm just trying to figure out what I want to paint at the moment. Because the turtles are going to be for next week, as I said. So I've got Mystique. I have a lot of ways I could paint her. I'd have to look at some references to figure out how I'd want to paint her. That would be easy enough, I think. Because, I mean, blues, reds, whites, skull colors, gray for the rocks around her. This would probably be one of the easiest ones for me to do right now. So I'm going to put her here. But I was bringing up my setup here because I actually have found something that's like, oh, you can put it in your lap and do it anywhere. I like that. It's $200, but I like it. I've got this Aztec Incan looking character who's got horns, almost like a tiefling. She's from a board game called either Vanguard of War or Load. Same company made these models. They're very nice. Let's see. This guy is just a mook who I was using as a kind of test. He was supposed to be like a red knight. I could probably work on him, but actually, I'm gonna try something real quick. Let's try something with this guy. Why don't you and I go on a little journey here? Okay, I'm gonna use this Satchel Brown. Ooh, okay, that is a very dark brown. Was that enough darks? Goodness, why do I have a microphone? Why do you guys let me talk? Okay, so I'm just gonna go ahead and try putting this on his... Oh yeah, that works really well. Okay, we actually might be cooking here. Hell yeah. Am I gonna need to get more speed paints then? Just to paint the massive amount of shit that I have? Is that gonna be a thing? I might have to make this a thing. Guys, I have a problem. And it's called miniature painting. And I know what they say, that the first step to solving a problem is admitting that you have a problem. That's not going to solve my problem, guys. What is going to solve it is if you go to my Thrones for my birthday and crowdfund me the speed paints. Don't do that. Don't do that. I mean, technically I could do that, but like there are other things going on in the world right now. Don't do that. Don't go to my Thrones and crowdfund me more speed paints. Don't enable my bad behaviors. But god damn, that's nice. Not a fan of Mystique because of what she did to Rogue. My Patreon money being put to good use. Thank you. I'm glad. See, I have her because I have all of the Marvel characters basically from that board game, Marvel United. Now, see, I'm a dummy because I should have gone in and highlighted this a little bit more with white, but those darks are really nice. And what I can do is I can use another layer of a brown on top of this to kind of give it more depth of color. What I'm finding though is that the speed paints do really well when there's grays and whites, but not so great on the black parts. Which makes sense. It's sensible. You know, that makes a lot of sense to me. Let's see. You know what? Let's go ahead and use this speed paint, which mixes so gloriously. Wow. Sorry, I'm just going to gush about these speed paints because they are such a fucking time saver. Especially for models. Like, this guy is just a mid-level mook in the game. So, like, yeah, he's not gonna really matter. He's one of the bad guys. He's not one of the guys that you play. And that's fine. That's fine with me. Lost some of the details in the back there. That's okay. That's okay. Oh, lordy. This is nice. This is fucking cool, guys. Even with the undercoat of the red, this is still coming out really smooth. Golly. Getting some nice depth in those details. You know, I actually might be sold on, like, speed paints now. I'm not even fibbing. Like, I think this might be the thing I go with. Just to save me a little bit of time. Because I have so... Like, guys, I cannot underscore to you how many... Did I white balance my camera? No, I just moved my my light up. Is it a little easier to see, though? Hell yeah, Saturday says. Painting stuff, yep. Makes me think he's a mid-level manager. He's higher than the low-level employees, but he's not a district manager. I love that. Unironically, I love that. But yeah, this guy's just... He's just a mob in the game. I'm almost positive he's not, like, important. Or else I'd spend a lot more time putting in more details. But, like... Oh, that's nice. Yo. Oh, that's sexy. This is sexy as hell, you guys. Holy shit. Now, mind you, I am doing a very sloppy job. But, like, it's already giving me great coverage. Because that shield was almost primarily red. I don't know if I need a new camera. Also, watching you paint these minis figures is relaxing after watching a stressful NFL game. Hell yeah! That's what I'm here for. I am here to relax you guys. I am here to give you guys a good time. You know, in a safe for work kind of way, because this is not my Patreon. Which, I should say, I can stream on Patreon sometime. You know, if you're wanting the saucy bits. And you're an adult. I always have to say that. No, fuck it. Let's go ahead and get some of these details in. Guys, if I get the speed paints, if you pay for my speed paints, my wife won't be as upset. All I'm saying is it would save me so much time. Oh man, that's... Because it's out the gate this, like, loosey-goosey. Oh man, that's so fucking supreme. Oh my god. Okay, I'm gonna say this. The speed paints are wonderful for someone like myself who doesn't have the time to do all the fancy things that he wants to. This is great for the characters that don't matter as much. These are great for... Oh, holy shit, that looks so cool! Fucking hell. And I can still go back over these skulls and paint them properly. Yeah. You know what? Fuck it. In for a penny, in for a pound. Let's do this. Let's do this. I'm fucking jazzed, you guys. Okay. This is why I do this hobby. This is why I do this hobby. I love it. Oh. Oh, my jackbone is... Do I have another jackbone? Privateer Press used to have some of the best fucking, like, bone. The best bone. You want some fuck? They had some of the best bone color. They have a lot of good colors, though. Just gonna slide my toidles. So as you can see, some of them are on these, and some of them are on just regular corks, because you can buy corks by, like, you can get, like, I don't know, 10, 20 for, like, $2. Okay, so let's see. I'm gonna move these paints. I don't need them right now. Hello, Moonrose. Welcome in. It's so dark. Can you guys see everything okay, by the way? Do I need to adjust anything? Do I need to put a 4K camera on my my fucking thrones? I say that, but, like, why would I make you guys buy me a camera? That's ridiculous. Still, God, those speed paints are gonna change my life. Okay, hang on. This is Thrall Flesh. That's for undead. I know I have another. Is it up here? It is not up here. Okay, so let's see. Nope, that's not it. That's that. Oh, wow, that's super separated. I need to. That needs to hit something. The problem is I haven't painted in so long that a lot of my paints have separated, so I have to use what's called a vortex mixer, which, again, gratefully I have one thanks to my good friend Core Circuit and as well as my good friend Nikki Two Pins. Okay, those are really separated. Okay, so I'm going to use this one. This is the fresher one. Hang on. The only problem is with if I get more speed paints, all the paints I have kind of become obsolete. But I need like the mega bundle of these. Where is that? There we go. Hang on. That's my vortex mixer, by the way. You want some bones? Visual look good. Need more bone. Yeah. Okay. So what I'm doing right now is I'm taking my paint that has been sitting here for a while and I'm mixing it as best I can so that all the pigment that got separated will reform to where it needs to be. Now, if I really did my due diligence, y'all didn't tell me Mystique fell in. She's fine. She didn't get any pigment on her. Okay. Now, the only problem with Privateer Press is these little lips on the bottle make it very difficult to open without, like, there being some kind of splash damage. Something that's very real, by the way, in miniature painting. Splash damage. You know it. God damn, what the fuck? Why won't this open? Has it literally been too long? Oh, there we go. Alright, now I'm going to get I'm going to get a shitty brush for this. This is all my shitty brushes, by the way. You will do. The reason I want to get a shitty brush is because I need to scoop it out of here. Oh, that's very creamy, actually. Scoop it out of here. Oh, my wet palette needs more water. No wonder. It's a little dehydrated. That makes sense. Okay, so that's just to put the paint on the wet palette. Y'all, well, I got one of the most expensive hobbies in the world. But boy, howdy do I fucking love it. Ain't nothing gonna stop me from loving this hobby. Okay. Now there's silver now. You'll see. Now, by itself, this bone color is kind of overly bright. Okay? But when you put a wash on it, it tints it just the right way, and it's gonna be glorious. Unfortunately, I'm also having to go over the metal that I put on, so some of the details are gonna get a little lost in the sauce. That's okay. Again, this is a learning stream for both you, the audience, and me, the streamer. So we're all learning together. And it's going to be fun dining. Oh boy. Look how smooth that's going on. Hell yeah. Got very nice control with this brush tip, which is very nice. I don't have to use too much paint either. Very gently. Just spreading it where it needs to be. And once this layer of paint dries, then I'll be able to add my shades to make it pop even more. Y'all, I'm excited. I'm bricked up for this. Boy, howdy, am I stiff for this. Lost in the sauce, drunk people. Mr. Mazarus, either from painting or from playing, what's your favorite faction of Warhammer? Favorite faction is absolutely always going to be the Grey Knights. They are the Space Marine chapter that I play. The reason I like them, their lore is pretty fucking awesome. It's epic. But more specifically, they're the exorcists of the 40k universe. They fight demons. Almost exclusively, they fight demons. Which, for me, is cool. I love demon hunters. I love monster slayers. I love monsters, don't get me wrong. Monsters are cool. Don't get it twisted. But I've always adored monster hunters. They're fearless. And that's one thing I always want to be for myself, is fearless. I don't want to be afraid of things. So, which is funny because I love horror. But I love it when, like, I guess you could say the good guys win. Like, Van Helsing's not a horror movie. It's got horror elements, but it's an action-adventure movie. Fucking love it. But horror is one of those genres you can do so much with. Actually, you know what? This is a good time to show you guys. I made mention earlier about some of the other things I want to do on my streams. I'm going to show you one of those. This, my good fellas, is an RPG called Broken Compass. Now, I don't know what system like Roll20 or Alchemy or whatever can use this game, but it is an adventure game. It is pure, like, Uncharted. It's, you know, Uncharted. It's Indiana Jones, The Mummy, clearly. And, like, I would love to run a game of this for my homies. And I know you guys would love watching them play this. This is just one of the RPGs that I've got. I've got another one that we just got called They Feed on Fear. That RPG is a full horror, non-stop. You play as the eldritch entities trying to eat people and trying to, like, make the world extinct. Fucking bananas. Everything I've seen so far, I want to play it. I want to stream some D&D games. I want to stream... I just want to do as much storytelling on this channel as humanly fucking possible. It is the one thing I love above everything. I love being a storyteller. So yeah, that's something that you guys might look forward to in the future, is seeing some, like, RPG stuff on my channel. I know I've done a little bit of that here before, but I think this would be... it'd be really cool. Also, I'd love to get Core Circuit to play as a character in a game and be serious about it. Like, he usually plays goofy characters, which is fine, and he's heard me complain about this before. He's played other serious characters, just not around me. So it would be nice to, like, DM him in a game where it's just like, No, I am the captain. This is horror game. You make with the horror. That would be fun for me. I think there are plenty of other games. There's The Darkest House I've talked about that I've really thought about doing. There's Kids on Bikes. I have so many different systems. I have the Avatar: The Last Airbender system. I've got RPGs in the... I don't have RPGs. My wife has RPGs in the same way that I have miniatures. She just collects them. Dear God, does she collect them? But we don't have people that we can play with, and she doesn't have time to play them because she works and we have a kid. So it becomes very difficult, unfortunately, to be able to do that. But definitely something that I'd like to do on this channel. You can either get me in a game, or you can get me serious. Take your pick. I want both. I want pictures of Spider-Man. Come on, Core Circuit. I know you can do it. By the way, remember to be hydrated, kids. This is my small water bottle, by the way. Nowhere near as big as my other one. You can actually see it all at once. That's what she said. Anyhoozle. Let's see. Core Circuit, please. Listen, you guys probably, depending on what you've listened to. If you've listened to the Regrets series all the way through, you've heard Core Circuit at least once. He plays the spirit in season 2. Which I don't know, by the way, if there's going to be more updates to Regrets, because Lupin's focusing on Arranged and Pain. She's focusing on those specifically because Arranged is she's going to make Arranged into a book. Which I have already said I want first dibs at being able to do the audiobook. Because I am a ham. I should have gone with a brown instead of a dark, but that's okay. I'm putting a shade in on the skulls to make it pop a little bit more. And I think I successfully did that. I was also... Yeah, that's right. He was also the pizza boy in Hellboy, the Charnel House. Which, y'all need to go... That's your homework tonight. Y'all need to go listen to the Charnel House, because me and Core Circuit worked so hard on that audio, and almost nobody heard it. Nobody listened to it. I don't know if it's because it's a known IP, if no one thinks that I have a convincing Hellboy voice, but bruh, come on. Maddie, I'm back. I left for a while. I was listening to Pain Go Away, aka crying when Blake kissed the other girl. I can't remember her name. Remy. Remy is the other girl's name. Played by the incomparable Dr. True Phoenix. You missed me gushing on quite a few things, Maddie. Between gushing on wanting to get speed paints because holy crap, they're amazing. And also, a lot of more political talk, if I'm being honest, and also how I want to do RPGs on the channel at some point. I know I've done them a couple times, but I'm a storyteller, and I am a hoe for telling stories. I am a ho for telling stories. I'm saying I'm a Santa Claus. That's right. The original Santa Claus died, I took his suit, and now I'm Santa Claus. Look, I see you when you're sleeping, I see you when you're awake. I know Christmas is over, but I don't know where I was going with this bit. Shadow, you're a hoe, full stop. Allow. Also, Shadow says, Passion projects have a habit of falling through the cracks. You're absolutely right. Also, hi Shadow, it's good to see you. Hillbeth says, is it Hi Beth or Hillbeth? Oh, Hi Beth J. I've got bad eyes. Fine, I'll listen to the Hellboy audio instead of re-listening to the experimental therapy session. Listen. Thank you. I appreciate that. That helps me a lot. That makes me feel good in my heart places. I should never say it that way. Okay. So this guy is... he's nowhere near what I would say is done, even by my standards, but he looks a lot better because he's got more paint. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take a little bit of time. Honestly, there's not very much I can do with him. Again, he's a low-level mook. I'm not going to worry about it. But also, Shadow, I want to show you the Toidles. I want to show you, I repainted them a little bit. I prepped them. So we got Donnie and Mikey. Show them your larder side. That's not how you say that. So we got Donnie and Mikey, and then we got my fave boys, Raphael and Leonardo. Nardo. Now they're just primed. I'm going to actually paint them next week. The Drama Trauma Duo. Nice. Yep. And you guys can't see it. Let me see if I can actually move the camera. I might need to invest in getting another camera. Also, it's Victor Von Doom. At some point I gotta paint him, because he's the best. I fucking love Doom. Okay. Here we go. Whoa, whoa, we're going on a wild ride. We're going on a wild fucking ride. Woo. I need to get some kind of better camera for this, but you know what? Okay, you know what? I'm doing this the hard way. I'm an idiot. Okay. So now you can see them as they were meant to be seen. Now you can see where those shadows were supposed to be. Ha ha ha. In regards when Listener gets in front of the love interest mom, it makes me feel so powerful for some weird reason. Good! That's the power of good storytelling, honestly. That's all Lupin. But yeah, you can kind of tell with... God damn, if I can keep the camera steady. Jesus. What I'm going for is, like, they're in the sewers. You got the lights coming down. So you've got, like, Leo, who's the brightest. So he's going to be in the direct light, and then the rest are kind of behind him. It makes more sense if they're lined up. Because that's kind of how I was thinking of, like, how they would appear. Okay, I'm not doing a great job, but you get the idea. You get the idea. Here we go. Here we go. That's more like it. Oh, they got stuck. Professional mini painter over here I am. I got so many hats on. But yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking. I am going to do the classic... I'm not going to do the classic all red. I want to do the colored bandanas. I love what they did in the IDW comics, where they start all having the same color and then eventually getting their progressive own colors because Splinter. I loved that. And I also just like having them, like, you visually can see, like, who is who, but having those colors pop is going to be even better. Believe me. So yeah, that's the Toidles. I still got those guys I can paint back here. God damn, my lighting is terrible. Someone who's better at like this sort of stuff's gonna have to help me figure that out, because you're missing all the details on these guys. At some point, I'm gonna paint these guys. But yeah, I'm basically done with him. By the way, I can't see myself working any longer on him, just because he's not an important part of anything. For some reason, if I go to sleep listening to ASMR RP, I dream about me being in the ASMR RP for some reason. It's funny. Well, I mean, yeah, you're kind of so. To look behind the scenes, I need a softer, warmer light, more natural. White light on white paint is like snow blindness. Fair. I should probably get one of those ring lights, but what I have is essentially just... This is perfect for the actual painting. I do need to get something that's softer for... Hang on a second. Okay, now let's see if that's a little easier. As it turns out, I'm kind of a dumbass. That's... Okay, now you can see those details. Shut up, Shadow! Shut up, I know what I'm doing! But yeah, I've got a couple of figures. Like I said, I don't foresee myself working any harder on this guy. He's cool, but he's a low-level mook in the game that I'm playing. I'm not even playing. In the game that he's from, the board game. Hey, Larry, welcome in. Welcome in, welcome in. You missed all the politics talk. But yeah, I put in a good amount of details on him, but like, yeah, I'm not really gonna work harder on him. I'm probably done with him because he's got a decent design, but he's not one of my favorite things in the world. Exactly, good enough is good enough. I'm gonna go all in on doing the turtles, and like the ones I actually want to paint are the ones I'm gonna put the time and effort in. But I won't lie, if next week when I do the slap chop method with them, if they end up really popping off and working, I might have to invest in getting the speed paints, because like, holy damn. Okay. Show of hands here, folks, for those of you at home. Who wants to see me get started on Raphael? I've got 4 turtles. Who wants to see me get started on Raphael? Because I am more than willing to test what I'm doing here. I got 4 turtles. I got 4 turtles. That's 1 vote. I got nothing better to do. How's my back feeling? It's feeling great. I like Raphael. Good. Good. Hi, Beth's hands up. Only if I want to. I'm offering mostly because I want to. I want to test my speed paints, and I've got a little bit of time. So, Core Circuit, Mr. Circuit, where are you? What is your vote, my friend? My closest friend, family member who was not a family member, my brother from another mother. Moonrose, Raphael is my favorite turtle, bar none. I love each and every one of them. Every one of them is unique. Raphael is just the closest to my personality. You're a clown from the same circus. You joke, Shadow, but Core Circuit is an actual clown. That's great. She has your fucking number, dude. She's not even met you yet. She's got your fucking number. Okay. So, to paint these, I'm going to go ahead and turn on this light for now. And then I have the stability here. There we go. Boy, howdy, I shouldn't have fucked with this. That's okay. We, as Sonic the Hedgehog has said, we live and learn. We listen and we don't judge. Okay. I'm going to move that over here for now. Move that over here. I'm going to actually turn it around. Use this brush. I mean, he's heard me dirty talking him. Yeah, he has. He has. That's right. That's her. That is the one who's in my werewolf audio that you're currently working on. Core. Ba 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 ba. Anyways, clown groups are called alleys. So, brother from another mother, saying in clown speak would be same tent, different alley. Core. I was thinking of decor, and that's why I came out that way. Congratulations, you're an ornament now.
Woo, we got trash.
Hell yeah. New follower. I realize that my alerts aren't on this. I should do something. Hello, I'm the guy editing you. Yep. Okay, so we're going to start with this darker green. Actually, you know what? Hang on. I like having references to the things I'm painting. I'm just going to put these gently over there. And then let me go over and look up. Actually, hang on. I got all this stuff over here. Oh, fuck. Ignore that. I'm a professional streamer, obviously. I do this all the time. No, I don't. Which generation am I pulling from? That's a good question. I am pulling them from... So these are not official, by the way. These were like someone made these for Marvel United and that game. Shit. Listen here, you motherfucker. So this is the Raphael that the game is from. This is his card. Again, this is fan-made. The 2003 series is one of my favorites. I grew up with the 80s, 90s ones, but the 2003 is my favorite. Like, it's my favorite of the ones. Here's Donnie looking all cute. But you see in these, they're kind of all the same color. There's Shredder, Master Splinter. Some of these got mixed up. Where's the rest of my turtles? Let's see. There we go. Michelangelo. Which, okay, I'm going to complain here for a second. I love these, but the fact that, like, the character models, the actual, like, 3D prints, look nothing like them, kind of ticks me off. Like, that they don't match how they look here. Not just in terms of, like, their stances and everything, but, like, their facial expressions. They're all angy. Which is fine, but, like, still. I'm also noticing one little detail about Leonardo. His figure doesn't actually have... His figure doesn't have the katana sheaths on his back. Weird little thing. I have to go cry to all my friends, use CapCut and got it banned, so I'm gonna go cry now. Oh, I have to go cry. All of my friends use CapCut and it got banned. Listen, I get it. I lost TikTok. I don't do a lot of TikToks, I just consume a lot of TikToks. So it is a major loss for me. I don't like using Meta. I don't like using anything Facebook, anything like that. Any hoozle, that's not what we're here for. Yep. Hello, Butterball. My cat just meowed at me. Let's see which... Okay, so a lot of the times he has a darker green scale. So we'll try the absolute green first. And kind of go from... I need to let my cat out because he's yelling at me. He is unhappy that there's light on. Go on. Go. Shoot. Be gone, foul beast. Away. Away. Come on. Get going. Oh. Of course not. Cat's gonna do what cat's gonna do. He will leave when he chooses to. Which probably be never. Show you guys the cat? Okay, hang on. I can do that. Hang on. Behold! A Butterball. That is his name, by the way. His name is Butterball. Kitty, yep, baby. He is many things. He is adorable. He is void. And he is curious. He is so curious. Someone's gonna have to go back and clip this. Butterball, the man, the myth, the legend. No, you've seen my face. You've seen too much. As if I don't show my face on the regular. Now that he has escaped, let us work on this. I'm going to close the door, that way he doesn't come in. So, here's the thing about miniature painting. You guys probably saw I have a little cup here of water that I use to mix my paints and everything, right? Master's face reveal, and we didn't even have to pay Patreon money. Ha ha ha. But like the problem is, Butterball likes to jump up sometimes and lick from that. He likes to drink from there, so he needs to go calm down somewhere. Okay, this is a very dark green. Okay. Very, very dark green. If I didn't just put it down, you wouldn't have been able to tell what this was supposed to be. I'm sure. Congratulations, Lapcam, apparently. I don't know what I did that fucked with this camera so much now. Okay, there we go. Now we gotta pull the paint so that it doesn't pool in areas I don't want it to. I'm gonna let that dry, and then I'll do another coat. And because this is so thin, I'm going to have to do more than one coat, which is absolutely fine. There is nothing wrong with multiple coats. In fact, if you don't have more than one coat of what you're painting, you're likely not thinning your paints down enough. Now, these are thinned down enough, I don't have to do anything to thin them. Dear Lord, these are formulated so well. It flows very easily off the brush where I need it to. Good Lord, that is so nice. And because I used the dry brush on it initially, it does give it almost like a textured appearance, which is very nice. This green is going to work very well. Let's get into those recesses to make it even greener. There we go. Yeah, boy. Yeah, boy. I am really loving this. Also, I don't know which microphone this is picking up on. If it's using my actual microphone here, or if it's using the camera microphone, which it shouldn't be. I don't know if it affects my quality very much. Ooh, I'm loving this. Oh, God. God. No, that's not good. So for those of you who know, it's not good because that means that I'm likely going to spend way more money than I need to on speed paints because, god damn, this is so fast. This is so easy. This is like, holy shit, this is so nice, guys. This is gonna be bad for my wallet. Gonna be bad for my wallet, guys. Torbeck doesn't think that's a good idea. Man, the only place I'm gonna be able to watch those clips now is YouTube. Stupid YouTube keeping clips to only a minute. Anywho. God damn, this is looking purty. It's okay that I'm getting in places that I'm not supposed to. Like on his mask. It's okay because I'm going to be painting the mask in red. His traditional red. God damn, I actually might be able to finish this turtle tonight. In like 30 fucking minutes. Because this is like almost all of the work done for me. The most important parts. It still needs to dry, mind you. But god damn. I'm going to be singing the praises of this shit for the rest of my life. And that is not derogatory, by the way. That is just me bemoaning the fact that my wallet is going to hate me. Maybe not today, maybe not tomorrow. And don't go to my Thrones list. Don't look it up. Don't look it up. That's not reverse psychology. Please don't. Please don't. I don't know if I have the room for all of that, but god damn, it would be great. Anyway. Yes, I do love... I do watch Legends of Adventures. I love their shit. I have so much to catch up on, though. I'm still, like, only 12, 13 episodes into Beyond the Witchlight. Like, they just finished the drag show. That's where I'm at there. God, they're fucking great. That's what the throne is for, yes. Oh no, special interest faintness activating. It's so easy being green. Oh, hey ho. My birthday is coming up next week. That is correct. But yes, for those of you out there, I am streaming for my birthday next Saturday. I'll be starting a little earlier, provided that my little man allows me. He gets rambunctious, like today. So today, he decided he didn't want to go to bed until like 8:40 almost. His bedtime is 7. He's been running around, goofing off, doing all kinds of stuff. So yeah, I had to deal with that. Not a complaint. That is par of the course for being a parent. And it's a lot of fun. Y'all know I love my son, my wife. I'm on that Odysseus level of I love my wife and son. For those of you who like Epic the Musical. Trying to get into the darkest parts of his skin, which is hard. For those recesses, I might actually have to paint them with legitimate, like regular paints, which is absolutely fine. That's not a complaint. Oh no, doing the thing I love, painting. One of the many things I love. But I'm gonna pull the camera back so that you guys can see here how he's looking. Actually, I'm just gonna turn off this light. It's very best viewers on Streambo remove. That is, I need to make. I'm gonna have to make Core Circuit or somebody a moderator. I don't know how to remove that because that's clearly a bot. Hell yeah! Happy early birthday! Thank you so much. Okay. Trying to figure out how best to show off the shade of green he is. It's just really tough. Especially because my camera keeps wanting to fall over. Kill the bot. Yes, kill the bot, please. I haven't set up moderators. Thank you, Core Circuit. You are ever an astute man of legend. And I'm not just saying that because you edit some of my audios. Bro, I've been moderating. Listen, I can't keep up with everything. We share the same birthday month. Yeah, happy birthday to you, Moonrose. You know what? I know it's going to make him pop more. Let's go ahead and just keep painting. If I can ever figure out what the fuck I did wrong. Boy howdy. I wouldn't mind getting like a better camera for streaming, but we'll see. I think YouTube is where I'm not the moderator, but I might just be goofy and not know it. In fairness, I don't know how to set up a moderator. Hang on, guys. Let me see. core circuit. I know I've seen you on the light on this one. Hang on. Hello, Wandering Karasu. I saw you in here earlier. There we go. Let's see if I can just copy and paste here. Let us see. Will you allow it? I'm gonna have to finagle with that later because I actually don't know how to set you up as a moderator core on YouTube. Although I should probably get one at some point. Whee. Maybe I can get you. Yeah, maybe I can get you. Maybe you can get me one when you start teaching me more Magic the Gathering. That would be dope as fuck. There we go. I think I fixed it. No, I did not. Boy, howdy, am I good at streaming, guys. I'm a genius. I don't know what I did to fuck this up. Nothing wrong with a little humanity. Yes. Okay. There we go. That'll do, pig. That'll do. Okay. Cassie Dawn says, "Hi, Mez. Hope you're enjoying the painting." I am. You can't see me struggling to open this, but yes, Butterball, you are a cat, and I know that you exist. He's meowing. To err as human, to really fuck things up requires a computer. I think we have a government that proves that's probably true. Okay. Oh, this is gonna be cool. Yo. Hell yeah, yeah. I was hoping that the yellow would be a little bit more orangish, but this will work very well for what I want it to. Sorry, I'm in like heavy concentration mode, so I'm gonna get real quiet real soon. That is because I need full control of my brush, my breath, my hands, my eyes, and your ass. You know who you are. I don't even know if chat's gonna react to that or not. There we go. This looks so fucking cool. I have never seen a yellow paint that goes on this smoothly and easily. Hang on, chat. Don't you worry, chat. I'm on the case eventually. Now, the biggest problem is that in the darker spaces, it doesn't pop as well, and that's okay. Because again, our perspective is he's mostly going to be in shadow, so that's not going to be a problem. You hear that, shadow? He's going to be mostly in you. Goodness. Sorry. I'm sorry. My cat is barging through the door. Give me just a moment. I need to let him in. My ass is uncontrollable to a mere mortal like you. Correct. Hey, stop that. I mean, Raph would be the pick if he wasn't 15. I mean, yeah, I get that. I get that. We all have to have hobbies. I think Butterball might be telling you the secrets of the universe. Yeah, he's trying to do something over there. Velcro says, I miss my kitty. I had to put him down several years ago. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. Animals are such great friends. It sucked having to... It was awful having to put that tumor in her head. No, the Guardians reference. God. I am too unserious for my own good. But having to put Desi down last year sucked. I mean, we had to, I get it. But it was awful. I miss that dog. She was very good. She wasn't the most obedient dog, but she was very good. And I miss her. Okay. So next up, I'm going to be grabbing this brown that we had. And letting it... Oh, yeah. That's going to be awesome. I'm bricked up for this. That's not what I meant to say. But we'll go with it. Boy, howdy. I'm stiff. This is why I have the internet, guys. God. I'm almost positive that I'm one and done on the shell. It's pooling exactly in all the right places. Oh, man. Speed paints are gonna be a problem for my wallet. Now, what's going to work next is going to be like bumping up all of those like details with something come gutter reference. I am too easy. Ha ha ha. Hey, stop messing with that poster. I'm looking at you, Butterball. Okay. So I'm not gonna lie. This is really good. I need to look at that reference for... Because they've got a lot of brown and on the wraps. I can keep those gray and white. That would work. Let's put this brown on the knee pads. God damn it. Done fucked this up. Stupid camera. Butterball is a lot of things. Needy Baby is on the top of that list. I love him. He is a silly cat, though. As all cats are. They are silly. They just don't want to admit it. Do-do-do-do-do-do. Goodness gracious, this looks nice. This here looks very nice. Now, the biggest problem that I'm having with the speed paint, and this is minor, really, is that when it goes on anything that's already painted black, doesn't look great, and that's fine. That's okay. Just means it needs extra layers to really pop. You know what? Let's go over here. Okay. Now, I don't know how this will work, but we're gonna experiment here because I need to know. Oh man, you guys haven't been able to see shit. Why didn't you guys tell me? Oh, you did. You did. You did. That's on me. I don't know what the hell happened to my camera. Okay, hang on. It's pointed down all the way. Crap. Bitch. Listen, Shadow, I'm sorry. I fucked with my camera and now I'm paying the price. I had this working just fine too. Then I had to go and mess with it to show you guys more stuff. So what happens when I don't pay attention? Listen. Listen, you. But you can already see though that Shadow is doing her best. Yes, she is. She's an MVP. We listen and we try to help. Listen, I'm trying. Right? It's very nice already. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to try seeing if I can highlight using the next green. Again, I've not used these speed paints before. This is brand new to me. I'm just using the same steps that I would for any other paint. That is a nice, vibrant green. I only want this in certain areas, though. Fucking damn it, every time I fucking mess with this thing. So ultimately, it shouldn't be, I'm trying to remember. Hang on. I'm trying to figure out if it's picking up my... I don't know the audio output mode, if that needs to change. But yeah, the mouse is tapping on the... Because of how low it is, it's sometimes tapping on the camera and the beam. Let me go to my audio desktop. It should be the Hypercast. Apply. Okay. Alrighty then. I think it's using the camera. We listen and we judge. Listen. Okay. Okay. You right though. Do 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 do. Okay. So I think that I can use it in layers as well, which is nice. I'm just kind of, because it's so thin, I have to push the paint around on the model so that it doesn't pool up in areas I don't want it to. But that's already making a big difference. Butterball, you better be behaving. You better be behaving. Definitely want to do another layer of this on his skin, just because there's some streaks, but this is already brightening him up a bit. And I want the pigmentation concentrated on the areas that are going to be technically supposed to be the brightest. Right? The bright green is a nice highlight, for sure. Especially because like the leg area here, where you can see it didn't get a lot of love from the dry brush, it's starting to now really pop. Oh man. The lazy fat ass in me is just like, I don't think I'll ever go back from speed paints, guys. Obviously that's not true. I love traditional painting and the time it takes, but this is, as someone who has very little time to engage in his hobby, this is actually really nice. This is super amazing. And what I like is that this green isn't too bright. It's just bright enough for what I want, specifically for Raph's skin. Hell yeah. Now that is looking like a ninja fucking turtle. Also, thank you, Wandering. They said bless me, because I snezzled. Oh, gotta get this part of the leg. And again, if I go really quiet, it's because I'm really just concentrating here. Okay, we got some real nice highlights here. He's looking right proper nettled. Okay. Gonna let that paint dry. What color are the belts? Nothing proper about Raph? Nah. It's not lazy, it's maintaining a healthy enjoyment of hobby. Yeah. Because, like, honestly, like, when it comes to painting, sometimes I don't want to paint because I know how long it's going to take. But you're seeing here, in real time, it's not taking me that long. I've had small interruptions, but it's not taking me anywhere near as long as it used to. Just because the paints themselves. Now, the only problem I'm noticing is that the paint is kind of going into the ferro, so I have to be careful of that. Okay, so next what I'm going to do is I'm going to continue working on the green. What I'm going to do is I'm going to take, I don't remember if this was Orc or Shamrock, but I'm going to take this color here, which should technically be brighter, and I'm only going to hit the highest points. Where the light is actually hitting him right now, to kind of boost those highlights a little bit. There we go. Hell yeah. Get his toes here a little bit more. Go Green Machine. Good night. Hope everyone survives the Arctic temps coming in soon. Yeah, stay warm. Like the 2003 to 2005 TMNT show. Yep, that's kind of what I'm going for. Because these guys have a sort of rougher, kind of angrier look. So that works. And what I'm also trying to do is not cover too much of what I've already painted. I want it just to be like on, again, the highest places on him. It's going to need a little bit more time to dry because this paint is also extraordinarily thin, which is good. Beat that mug, Mum. Trying to get all of the paint out of my Pharaoh, out of my brush. I'm actually going to squeeze it just a little bit because, again, it's very good, but it's also very loose, so that means that it can get all over the place. I may end up having to get shittier brushes. Nah, not shittier, but still. Let me see here. Hang on, give me a second. Mixing up some more paint. Sorry. Ba, 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 ba. There we go. And it's literally for like the one area that's too dark. Just to make it pop. Perfect. Got a little paint where it doesn't need to be, but that's okay. We'll clean that up later. There we go. What I'm kind of doing here is I'm stippling a little bit. Again, giving us a little bit more of a highlight on the yellow part of his shell. As much as I did like the texture from this, I'm just kind of cleaning it up a little bit. Okay. Now, I had asked the question earlier. Oh no, that was not a chainsaw. That was literally just my paint mug. Not my paint mug, my vortex mixer. Now, another thing I probably need to do right now is change out my water, because that also might be affecting my paintbrush a little bit. Because usually you're basically wanting to change out your water every couple of minutes, every couple of if you're using a lot of different paints, you're going to want to change up your water a little bit more often so that none of the pigments get funneled in. Okay. So that's still drying. Let me look at their Okay, so their belts are brown. I can use the brown. Their wraps, on the other hand, are predominantly white. Okay. So we'll see. Okay. Let's try this brown. I kind of wish I had a different lighter brown now to go with it, but that's okay. I'm going to put the brown on the belt. Now, the other issue with this is whenever it's this thin. If I make mistakes anywhere else on this model, like get stray paint anywhere else, damn it, wrong color, that can lead to some problems with like how it looks. But I can always use traditional paint to cover that up, because it's loose enough that I can easily do that. I'm really trying to go for really nice thin coats where they need to be. Okay. Now I don't have speed paints other than the greens and browns and some of the like metal. But I am going to use traditional methods on those parts. That is his elbow pad right there. Just now realizing that, so I'm going to put that there. It's a bit messy, but it's okay. We're going to get the desired effect one way or another. And I'm going to put this green right here. Go green machine. And thank you all for staying on with me this long. I really appreciate it. You guys are amazing. Thank you. And I'm very much looking forward to doing this again next week with y'all. Even if most of you don't show up, that's okay. Even if some of you do, that's still going to be a net win. So I'm excited. Yeah, definitely got to trust the process. Because the elbow pads are such a small area, it's very easy to get muddled up. So, just gonna take my time, making my way downtown. And I do like that the more layers I put on, the darker the leather becomes. And I kind of need that build up to make it a little bit more distinguished from the shell. And this is one of those things where if I had another like brown variant of the speed paint, that would probably help too. But that's okay. I've got other browns that I can use. Okay. Yeah, no worries, Larry. I get it. If you can't make it, I completely understand. That's fine. Have I watched X-Men 97 yet? Absolutely. I watched it relatively recently. No, not relatively recently. I watched it not that long ago. Pure goodness, pure just absolute good X-Men shit. I actually think it was better than a lot of the other Marvel stuff that came out this year. Which, I mean, I should say this past year. I mean, it's nothing to sneeze at. They've had some good shit. But I'm a big-time Marvel fan. Okay, I think that'll be... I think this is my darkest red, maybe? Or is this my darkest? No, that's Vallejo. That's the one that came from Hellboy. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and go with this one first. Wait a second. I have a thing for this somewhere. Gotta keep your shit handy sometimes. Okay, I think it's Dragon Red. Okay. Speaking of X-Men, are you talking about our... if you're talking about the X-Mansion thing, I still need to do that. I really do, because I loved your Logan script.
We got trash.
Yay, you got a new follower. Hooray! Welcome in. Yeah, I feel bad that I haven't gotten back to Vel on it. He can absolutely post his for sure. Okay, there's the red that I need, and then I'm gonna do another red, a lighter red. Oh boy, that's... There we go. Perfect. Okay. That's what I needed. I'll have to rewrite the beginning to make it coherent outside. True, but I mean... I also just need to get the collab taken care of. Part of the reason I think I lost steam was because not a lot of people were answering about it. So... You've had a tough time lately, we understand the delay. Yeah, those are good excuses. I mean, losing my grandfather is a good excuse. I mean, but ultimately, just honestly, it was a change in schedule that fucked me up more than anything. Because unfortunately, having a child will do that to a guy. Oh, that's very nice already. Okay. You know, a smart man would have painted the white on first for his eyes. But we live and learn. The good thing is, with this red being a little thicker, it'll cover up the mistakes I made a little bit easier. First layer is almost done for the red. And I think because I like the grittiness of the wraps right now, the way they are, I might leave them that way rather than just painting them white or bandage colored. They look nice. They look dynamic. Time to tilt the model over. Go. Get into those darker places. I'm very accustomed to painting reds, so this is easy for me. Because it's one of my favorite colors of all time, so it's one that I'm very familiar with and very easy to use. And I've only been relying on the one brush too, which is nice. Sometimes you just need a brush that's going to be all you need. I'm going to change brushes though when I get to his eyes. Shit, got a little bit on his fucking face there. It's alright. Take this and dab that off. There we go. Not the cleanest, but it'll do. Okay. And I know I'm not paying attention to chat at this exact moment. That's because this requires a lot of my concentration. I'm sure you understand. That look good. That look good. That look good. After I do the eyes, I think the only thing I'm going to need to do afterwards is his size. The classic size. Breaking my cardinal rule. Don't paint the same place twice. Okay, I'm gonna let that dry, and then I'll show him off to you guys. Looking great in his turtly glory. He doesn't mind waiting, he just wants to be kept in the loop. Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna do my best to keep him in the loop. It's just... shit's been hard, like I said. Alright, okay. One of these days I'm gonna have to figure out how to get music going in the background. That way it's not just me, like, sitting here focused on just painting. That way the rest of you... You know what would be really neat? You know what would be cool? If instead of music, it's my audios. You guys could just... Is that something you guys would be interested in? I'm curious. If you guys would be interested in just having my audios in the background play, maybe, while I'm painting. I mean, sure, you guys wouldn't get to talk with me all of that time, but like, might be better than the music. Just a curious notion. Now I'm just putting a little bit of this brighter red on the most highlighted areas. Now this is not something I could easily just dry brush on, but with as tiny as these spaces are, I might as well just do it the old-fashioned way. And I'm just trying to get the most raised areas. Trying to blend it so that it looks nice here. And again, also where the light's touching is going to be where it's brightest. Gonna go back to my dark red here. Core circuit help. Personally, I prefer music since you'd still be able to talk without us out the jarring overlap of conversation. True. Yeah, music would probably be better then. Yeah. I can talk to my people, Core Circuit, about that and seeing what I can do about like getting music up during this, so it's not just awkward silence. Although you guys can put your own music on, so you're not having to be subject to copyright free music and stuff that might not be like the jazziest, if you will. You like jazz? Point of order, I don't care too much for jazz, but it's important. Musically, it's very important. It's just, I can sometimes take it and leave it. But I'm a metalhead. Although I've been listening to a lot of post-rock recently. Like in the past couple of years, it's been almost taken up my entire like playlists, where it's just like, this is something I can chill to. Shout out to Where Post Rock Dwells, because that is one of my favorite YouTube channels. I listen to a lot of shit there. A lot of good shit. Got some good folk metal too. Bam. Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. Damn, that looks good. And actually, the lines on him kind of give him almost a comic book look, which is nice. You know what? Hang on, let me see if I can do this to help. Turn off this light so you guys can see a little bit better, and then I'm going to put this lid in contrast here. right? It's looking good. I think I'm gonna keep, like I said, I think I might keep the wraps. I need to find something. Maybe this will be more neutral. Maybe this will neutralize a little bit of that white. That way you guys can actually see the green. Oh, I still need to paint his size. Okay. Now with the size, I think... Okay, I'm going to paint one with this speed paint that I got, that we used earlier. But I actually do have a lot of other metals that I can use. And you can see a lot of the silver pigment has kind of separated here, which is fine. Sort of makes it easier, if I'm being honest. There we go. Yeah. Yeah, Rocco. Yeah, Rocco. That there is what we call a deep cut. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to get another one of my metallics. Let's see, that's gunmetal. Let's do the plate.
Woo, we got trash.
Am I getting a lot more followers on Twitch? You do need to break out your Psy again. They're cool, and you have cool stuff going on. Okay, let's see. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to use this really bright, and just so you can see the contrast here, this really bright metal just as a highlight on the size. Again, don't want it all over. It's not. This is not going to be a fancy paint job, obviously. Move that up. Now, the other thing I'm realizing too is I should have switched brushes, because again, metal paint, the metal flakes on the paint can kind of mess with your brushes as well. I should have switched over. That's okay. This is one of those paint brushes that's, I kind of use it for everything, so it will work. I just need to be a little bit more diligent about using my other billions of paint brushes. Do. Oh, hell yes. Oh man, that's really cool. Yeah, this was the right thing to do. Your signs are still in a box somewhere. Nice. Oh, that's right, because you just moved. That's right. No, it's going to be a while. I get it. But hey, once you get those cracked out. Once you get them all cracked out and they're scratching themselves and itching for more Coke, um, you should absolutely do another shoot. That would be great. I mean, on your own time, obviously. I ain't your keeper, girl.
That's your husband's job.
I'm just a dude. Just want to bump up the highlights a little bit on his legs. Maybe on his arms. But I actually don't think I have to do that much more on him. Again, I think the wraps are fine the way they are. Being white like that. Oh! I'm a dumbass. Okay, I am going to switch to my brush. I am going to switch my brush to something a little smaller, a little finer. This new brush I got should do quite nicely, actually. Now, you would think that you want a fine point. Your fishnets are... How unfortunate your fishnets are still packed up. How unfortunate for the rest of us, because... Anywho, so, normally what you want to do when you're doing eyeballs, right? And this is general rule of thumb. What you want is you don't want your paint to dry. So the finer you go, the faster it will dry. You want something that's going to be medium sort of thickness. But why I'm going with, and I maybe should have done something like an eggshell. Okay. I need to put a little less paint. This is why I said that a smart man would have painted the red after the white, because it'll still be easy to cover up, but and normally you do like an eggshell or something a little less intense than white and then get to white, but it's okay. Again, learning is part of the process. There is a stray hair on this shit that's driving me nuts. I don't have scissors, so I'll... Hello, lap! We meet again. For I'm sure the umpteenth time. Behold, a soul. Alright, let me... The soul of a turtle. Do 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 do. I don't know why I keep doing that. I keep doing the Ninja Turtles one kind of like stinger, the do 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 do. I fucking love the Turtles, man. Okay. 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 Now, it's messy. Very, very messy. But that's okay. I'm going to clean it up a little. There we go. And see, since it mixed a little bit with the white, it's also creating a little bit of a highlight, which works out. Now, unfortunately, the shadows that I'm working with here are kind of playing hell with the way the eye is lining up. So, bear with me a moment. Okay, so neurospicy verbal stimming. Yeah, basically. Oh wow. Okay, so I'm just now catching up to chat on. Let's see. Wandering Karasu left. Goodbye. Let's see. Hello, just arrived and wow, that looks amazing already. Thank you, Clarissa. Yes, I love the Ninja Turtles. I'm glad this has been cool to watch. Valkyra, thank you so much for stopping by. I appreciate it. You take it easy. Okay, so now that we got more of a neutral background, let me try turning off the light. Since he'd be standing kind of like this. And then, of course, the yellow of his shell pops really well with the green. And again, he's darker, but I think that works because he's supposed to be in shadow. And also the fact that, like, he is kind of skin tone darker than the other turtles usually. He and Donatello. So yeah, I'm really happy with the way he came out. I definitely need to get... I'd like to get more speed paints. And what I might do later is take some of my other greens and just bump up a few highlights. Actually, you know what? I got a little bit of time. Let's do this. Let's do this. I think this would be this like neon green. Too much. That's too much. Goblin green might be enough. Will you be thick? No. Okay, good. I only need a little bit. Take this, mix it in real well. Okay, and I'm just gonna put very little of this. Definitely not the smoothest blend, but that's okay. Because the worst case scenario, I can always cover this up. There we go. Just little, almost dots in places where it will be a little brighter. Kind of like on his cheekbone here. There we go. Just so that he pops a little bit more. This brush is not working with me. There we go. It's because the blend is not great. I need to put this paint through my vortex. I am gonna regret staying up tomorrow. My kid's gonna put me through the paces, but that's okay. I think my brush was either too dry or the paint wasn't blended in too well, but still, almost got him where I want him. This brush that I bought earlier today Kind of sucks. Probably have to replace it, but that's okay. Now normally I blend this a little bit better. The neon will absolutely work for Leo. Also, Saphira, thank you. I'm glad it's looking good. Hey, Red Raccoon, welcome in. So I've been asked multiple times on stream, and I have no problem answering again. So my favorite turtle is absolutely Raphael. He's the one I jive with the most. Okay, so we're gonna turn this light off. See, that works really well. Seeing it in the dark that way. Because again, he's supposed to be looking at you, the viewer, this way. Like straight on. Of course, like it looks a lot better in less harsh light. And then it still keeps those dark, like those dark bits with the shell. And I'm not gonna lie, I like the wraps the way they are. I like them being dirty and kind of off-white. I like that, actually. I think it works really well. Gives it that comic book feel. Oh no, don't worry, Clarissa, that's fine. This feels... honestly... I'm happy with it. Is it perfect? By no means, but it is... I think he's done. I think he's done. And yeah, the shadows are very forgiving. Hey, you're the shadows. Get it? Ha 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 ha. So looking at it straight on like that. Yeah? And if I turn on this light, hang on, let's see. Just to see if you guys can see a little bit more detail. It would help if chat weren't in the way for me. Yeah, how's that? Right? Yeah. I'm happy to call it here. I'm happy to say that Raphael is done. So my next step would be, the only step left is to get a flat matte acrylic covering. That's it. So basically what it is a spray that goes on that locks the paint in, doesn't give him a glossy finish, but it basically will allow me to manhandle him without any of the paint coming off. And that's going to be an important bit. But I mean, for all intents and purposes, that's one of 4 turtles down. And that, honestly, I've been streaming for 4 hours? 4 hours? Jesus Christ. Oh, it's already 1 for me. Jesus. Okay, I need to go to bed. But, like, considering that the vast majority of that, like half of this, was just me repainting them in black and white, or repainting them in black, and then highlighting them. I mean, damn. Next one's gonna be easy. Easy peasy. So, yeah. Leo's gonna be next. Leo's gonna be my next one. Gotta be able to fondle the turtle. Yep. So it's gonna be Leo, Donnie, and then Mikey. Because honestly, Mikey is only gonna be difficult for one reason. And I'm realizing that now. And this is not anyone's fault or anything. No. I'm just bemoaning the fact that I'm gonna have to paint orange on him. Orange is a notoriously difficult color. But this one, Phoenix Flame should do. And hopefully I'll have this fucking camera stabilized next time. But this orange might do. We'll see. But either way, I've got to get to bed. I want to thank you all so very much for joining me tonight. You guys have been magnificent. And as always, I will see you next time. Hopefully I'll see you guys next week for my birthday. Where I'll be streaming and painting, hopefully, the rest of my turtles. Or at least one more of them. But thank you again. And as always, sweet dreams and pleasant nightmares.